Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, January the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. Yeah, this Bally is kind of interesting. B-A-L-Y. So diving into the press release a little bit more. So I guess this company, Standard General, they already own over 20% of the company. And they've made an offer at $38 a share. I don't know if it's all cash or not. Let me just see if I can see. It looks like they're a private company, Standard General. So I can't quite see. It's $38, but again, I can't quite see. I don't think Standard General is a public company. Anyway, interesting. They own 20%, greater than 20% of the company right now, and they're making an offer at 38. So let's see what happens with this one. B-A-L-Y. Sierra, S-R-R-A, S-R-R-A. Positive data, let's see, and I know it got up to about $30, pulled all the way back down here. You guys are talking about the VWAP, 2313. This is not, right now it's not shortable anyway from Interactive Brokers. I think it was earlier. Low float, 6.7 million in the float, so it's a very low float for that price of stock. So a lot can happen with this one. Let's see, 25 probably. If we could take out 25 again, I might get it rolling again. TRQ. I think there was some news on this one. TRQ upgraded, some upgrade I think. I don't see any other specific news. Actually, yes, they did release some news after hours yesterday, so maybe that's a carryover. Rio Tinto reaches a deal to break the Mongolia copper logjam. Okay, so that's Rio Tinto, obviously affecting Turquoise Hill. Maybe they've got a stake in that also. AJRD has gapped down. I guess we're going to be merging with Lockheed. But this has been postponed or delayed. I don't know. Let me see if it's been delayed or postponed. Okay, so some kind of a decision before the 27th? At any rate, this is putting downward pressure on the AJRD. APM had gapped up. Let's see if it's still gapping up. I know it was getting close to the 200-day moving average. APM, let's see, the 200-day moving average, 243. I don't see any specific news on it. It's been active over the last 3 days. CKPT. Gap up, they have positive data, but again, one of these little bios, 312. Yeah, shoot. That was shortable for me. Didn't see it in time. So a little talk about what happened yesterday. I mean, that was I think I read that since 2008, that's the biggest recovery, one-day recovery, NASDAQ, since 2008. If you were in the room yesterday or watched the market at all yesterday, you know it had just a rocket at the end. All the indices were positive. Remember, the Dow was down at one point 1,000. So there was an 1,100 point swing. However, we are starting the day weak again. However, take a look at this though. Maybe try to put it in some kind of perspective. I mean, that was just a massive rally right at the very end. So we're here, okay? We're here. So yes, it looks bad. We're down from the highs, but we're kind of right here compared to yesterday when it was already running up. So we'll see what happens. One thing we can be sure of, it's going to be volatile. Grub. There's another one. I think this is just under 10 now, is it? Grub, G-R-B, Grub. Yeah, under 10 now. No specific news, just, market just selling off. We'll have a few more earnings plays today. I only see one right now in the pre-market. I don't care about Eric, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot more earnings plays today once this market opens. Earnings plays for me, meaning I see right now none of them have met my filter requirements. So I'm only seeing the one Eric. But again, I don't. Too big of a float for me. I mean, there's your gap. How much more can it go with that float? It's a great pop. You guys are talking about SE. Let's see what's happening with SE. I don't see that on my... I mean, there are a lot of other ones that have moved, but just nothing that's super interesting to me. I mean, I'm seeing this SDC is having a little bit of a pop. Man, look at this thing, how crushed it's been. I think they're abandoning operations in a bunch of countries around the world just to concentrate in Canada and the United States. That was the announcement after hours yesterday for SDC. I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking into my list here. But this is definitely a day I'll be sitting tight for probably the first 15 minutes anyway, to just see what happens. I mean, kind of hoping to wake up and see the market at least up to the areas where it closed and maybe have a rally based on that. But obviously that's not going to happen right now anyway. All right, what time is it now? 9:08. Just waiting a couple of minutes, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. VTNR, what are you doing? VTNR starting to gap down a little bit here. Clean Harbors and Vertex terminate the deal for used motor oil. All right, I guess that's what popped at these 2 months. Mutually agreed with Vertex Energy to terminate its planned acquisition of Vertex's used motor oil collection, etc. Actually, this could get interesting. I mean, this is look at the weekly chart here. Then you look down here, 175. This could be, if it continues its weakness, there's really nothing holding it up. And that's the VTNR. Take a look at Macy's and Nordstrom's. They were flying yesterday ahead. Remember what was happening. The market was just tanking right here, and then of course, but they were up, and they were even moving ahead. Yeah, I don't think the market wasn't ripping yet. The market started to rip around here, and closed near the highs, right at the highs. In fact, look at after hours action, not too far off. How about JWN? Yeah, VTNR picking up steam now, guys, on the way down. VTNR picking up steam on the way down. Just mentioned it. It was a terrible spread, but it was 307, 359. It's 338, 359 now. All right, let me take a look at VTNR, guys. Boy, that news just, I don't know when it hit. It must have hit here, right here. All right, gonna check my email to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. See how active these analysts are today after yesterday. All right, fair amount of activity, more on the upside, upgrades. So let's take a look at some of them. There's an upgrade for Turquoise, TRQ by TD Securities. I'm seeing that there. Ha! SDC upgraded by Craig Hallam. Bally's getting closer and closer to that 38 target, guys. Target, as in the buyout. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now from briefing.com. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I see that Goldman has downgraded Canadian CNQ. Let me just take a look at CNQ. Well, the resource stocks have kind of fallen the last few days after being on a tremendous run. ANVS, you guys are talking about ANVS. Let's take a look at that one, ANVS. Okay, I guess it's not showing up for me because of the volume. No, there it is, yeah. ANVS is sneaking in. The volume came in here at 9 o'clock, just as I was opening the room. That's why I didn't see it before. So yeah, ANVS, got all the way up to 18, and it is shortable. Interactive Brokers, how many shares? 152,000. Take a look at Underlever, Unilever. Yeah, this is still hanging in this area here. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. See what's happening pre-market. Go to the doc channel bar, go to our sectors, and just see what if there's any. My guess is that energy is going to be 100% again. Yeah, almost. Okay, so only 9% of the stocks are up. So what you're seeing here, again, if you're new, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And these are the stocks that make up, for instance, the XLE ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. And only 10% of them, 9% of them are up from yesterday's close. Look at technology, only 10% again. Financials, 22%. So looking here, obviously, with the market being down to start, there's really no strong sector yet. But again, this can change. My guess is it would have been fun to have, looked at, probably around 3:30 yesterday. I didn't, but I bet you most of them were positive. I'm just looking here. Yeah, I mean, there's really 100%. I mean, there's no stock up from yesterday's close. So we'll have to see. We'll revisit this probably about an hour into the market and just see how things have changed. Why I bring this up? Why I bring these up? If you're going to get into a stock, and especially if the stock is not what we'll call an alpha stock, a stock that has news specific to it, either news or earnings, or for some reason it's moving even if you can't find the news. So if you're going to take, say, an energy play today, it better be moving for some reason on its own. Otherwise, you're going completely against the trend, as an example. Well, David, no display, no sound. So how am I going to help you? Oops, sorry for the caps. Yeah, Sierra, so keep an eye. I think that 25 level is relatively important. The Sierra, SRRA, you can see right there. There's a high right there, almost a high right there, almost a high right there. So never mind this topping tail. I mean, that was, I don't know how much activity there was really up here. But I think, that 25 level, with that float, 6.7 million, anything could happen. Yeah, look at VTNR. We're right back up. Holy smokes. I mean, it got down to 3, then pops right back up to 4. I was really thinking about watching this if it was holding 3 and take a short. I mean, there was nothing holding it up, but for some reason it popped right back up, and on some volume. So Who knows what's going on with this then? Voluntary termination of the deal. Just checking some of my thumbnail charts, and super choppy. Most of them are just super choppy. Hopefully we can find some earnings plays today, perhaps, that are kind of bucking the trend, going against whatever the market's doing, kind of trading on their own. So I'll be keeping an eye on my earnings plays up and down. I mean, we're really starting to get into earnings season this week. I think I said about 280 companies releasing earnings this week, about 700 next week or 500 next week. So we're ramping up. Of course, we have Apple this week, right? APPL. Or how about AAPL? 27th, so when is that? So that today's the 25th, so that's Thursday. So after hours on Thursday is when Apple releases. Ribeye Jim. Okay, good morning, ribeye. Nothing like a good ribeye. IBM had earnings last night. Okay, IBM. Take a look at IBM. Yeah, actually, big pop after hours. Pretty big pop, yeah. Pulled back somewhat, but yeah, big pop. Now, personally, I don't care about the the bigger ones on earnings. Of course, they're of interest to the general market health, I guess, but I'm more interested in what I call the second and third and even fourth tier companies that release earnings. Those are the ones that can be pretty exciting. Give us some big moves. Gamble is up, GMBL. I cannot believe companies like DraftKings just getting, I know some company has upgraded them to 23, but man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, I'm not, Eric for me is like Nokia, okay? I mean, they have earnings, but it's such a huge float that I just don't know how much more what more can it do, okay? I mean, I'm not saying it can't do anything more, but it's got such a big float. So you got to wonder. I mean, that's why, yeah, I mean, if you guessed that it was going to have a nice earnings release here and held, yeah, I'd never do that, of course. But I just don't know what sort of movement we're going to get once this market opens. I mean, look how flat it is now. And Logitech, LOGI, probably the same. I mean, I know it's going to be a big float. Not as big as I thought, but 166. But it's a Swiss stock, so changes on another exchange. However, I'll give you this: it's a nice gap up. It's a nice gap up. Next high looking left on the daily is around 82. So yeah, I mean, it's got some room. At least it's got. Eric to me is just it's just not exciting enough. Meanwhile, I don't know what Bitcoin is right now. Somebody's going to tell me 34,000, 33,000, 36,000, whatever it is. I'm hearing Riot moving down. Take a look at RXT from Zach. Yeah, I mean, obviously it needs volume. There's no volume yet, but yeah, we'll see how it opens. Any news on it? No news on it, but 36,000. Thank you, Craig. I think today's going to be a really interesting day. I mean, I think the market, a lot of people, when they thought, oh, look at that big rally, we're back to normal again. Everything's going to start running again. But woke up this morning to this. But again, I have to put this in some kind of perspective because, had the market closed yesterday in this area here, I think people would have been relatively happy. Okay, because remember, this was a gap down in the pre-market already, and then it just kept gapping down more and more and more and more, and had a nice little rally. I think if the market had closed here instead of having this insane last hour, people probably would have thought, okay, that's not bad. So that's where it is. Okay, so yes, it's given up that huge last hour pop, but we'll just see. You have to see how this opens. My opinion, obviously, but we'll see. Well, DIDI, another one that's almost at an all-time low. Probably was yesterday, right? No, it wasn't. Back here, all-time low was 418 for DIDI. Yeah, the big event tomorrow. I have to admit, that could be a little bit interesting. 2 o'clock, probably some discussion at 2:30. Well, certainly at 2 o'clock, it'll be interesting tomorrow, FOMC. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Guys, this MGI was pretty strong yesterday, and even without the market, I think this was relatively strong. And when I say without the market, though, I mean like most stocks. And thank you, William. Probably within a minute. Like most stocks, they did this at the end, holding. I mean, very choppy in the pre-market, but let's just see what happens with MGI. The longer it holds over 10, it has dipped down below 10 now. If it can get to 10 again, what's the next high? 1061, and then after that, 1236. So for whatever reason, MoneyGram has been kind of interesting. MGI. I mean, again, this is what it was doing when the market was going down. So this has definitely been a counter trend. And the market's going to open in less than 10 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I will almost for sure sit out this first 15 minutes unless something staggering happens. Okay, we are now open. All right, I know Real mentioned Riven, 60 being an important level, RIVN. Thank you, JJ. Yeah, I thought there was the one at 2:30 also. All right, guys, so VTNR has been kind of crazy. Okay, so what's the market doing right now? So, you know, kind of flat, 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 flat. Nothing really happening. Yes, it's down, but again, in context of what it was doing yesterday. And we've got some halts already. TKLF, of course, this was one of the crazy ones the last couple of days. So this has just been halted on the way up. TKLF. Interesting. I'm not getting too many alerts. Well, TRQ on the move, guys. TRQ on the move. Upgrade from TD Securities. Maybe they might have some other news also, but TRQ on the move. Big move here. All right, AMC breaking down, guys. Breaking down again. I was going to mention this one. It had I don't believe this topping tail. I think that was probably because if you look, the GME was the same thing. All right, keep an eye on AMC. I mean, AMC got all the way down to 1420 or so before it participated in that market rally. Here's one that's popping here, guys. SOFI is down in the pre-market, but SOFI is popping. It's still down for the day, but again, little perspective. You know, this is a huge run at the end of the day, that last hour, like most stocks. No. It was sort of the one day. JWN though. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, they're hanging in there. I saw Macy's was on the way down briefly, but let's see if it's popped again. Yeah, so I mean, they're hanging in there. Not like a big rally or anything, but well, I'm not getting the wows yet, Zach. Just the AMC. That's it. I've been watching this AMC, how well it holds underneath 16. All right, well, we're getting a bounce here for AMC. TRQ is still hanging up there. That's a big bounce for Sophie. SOFI. So let's take a look at that opening 15-minute candle. So far we're green, you know, just narrow body here. Definitely not like yesterday when we had virtually this breaking down in volume scan was just going crazy. But look at this green bar. Don't look now, GME at 100 again. Trading stock, man. Well, I talked about it, it's halted. That's about all I can say, it's halted. It is halted, and yeah, let's see, no real clue where it's going to open. 582, 583, it's halted at 582, so if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 9:36:32. So it's going to be more than a 10-minute halt or a 5-minute halt. Now, again, the only reason I'm talking about it is it's halted, that's all. But it's definitely, it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. American Airlines, I think they got downgraded this morning. So much for the downgrade. They did get downgraded this morning by somebody, I can't remember who, but how's XM looking this morning? That was an awesome short yesterday. Yeah, nothing. I mean, it's doing nothing. So I don't really know what to say. It was an awesome short here. And then, of course, it rallied like just about every other stock in the market. So it's not really doing too much. I mean, the volume's not there yet. Wow, this is pretty inactive so far this morning compared to yesterday. For me, I'm talking about the, stocks that are hitting my scanner. Yeah, pretty choppy in this first 15 minutes. I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts, pretty choppy. SPY is still a little undecided, but where it wants to go. It's almost like a doji right now, very narrow body, little topping tail, little bottoming tail. We have another 5 minutes or so for that candle to close. All right, now look at AMC. Okay, AMC underneath 16. Now a big topping tail there. All All right, FCX on that scan. Let's see, the next low looking left. Well, that was yesterday, I guess. 37.32, 37.32 right there. There's a 200-day moving average. TKLF, okay, TKLF just opened, and it opened big pop. Big pop for TK. I mean, this is just a trading vehicle, guys. I mean, you know, this is a horrible, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's a horrible looking daily chart, but it's just a trading vehicle, but be careful. I have no idea what the float is. It's going to be very low. Probably about 3 million. I think that's how many that was issued in this IPO day here. Well, look, I mean, it's very choppy. You wonder why I don't trade in the first 15? Man. Look at AMC as an example. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got all the way down to 15.50. So anyway, that's just an example. How much volume? Not terrible, guys. This is a big float. ORAN. Look at this, just over the 200-day moving average. Boy, this has got some room. A little bit of room. Big float. ORAN. Advanced talk to refinance. No, sorry, that's AMC's headline. In advanced talk to refinance debt. That is, there actually is a headline for AMC. Peloton watchers, I'd be looking at that pre-market low, 28.46 or so, 28.50 or so. See if it takes that out. So this 200-day moving average for FCX is getting really close. 38.41, 37.86, so it's getting very close. Yeah, Sierra just got halted on the way up. And that's why you gotta be awfully careful. Look at this TKLF, just got halted on the way down. All right, RIVN underneath 60. RIVN underneath 60. Real was talking about that pre-market. RIVN underneath 60. All right, plug. So it looks like the EV plays are getting hit again. Plug, Riven, RIVN. All right, guys. Well, there we go. So that is second, first candle red, second candle red. Well, there's Peloton, guys. Peloton now below the pre-market low. Okay, PTON, below the pre-market low. Okay, I mean, I don't know about this AMC. AMC, I mean, it's up and down, up and down. But with the market doing this, you would think, look at this, Dow's down 500. Look at this, though. Look at AMC. Look at how choppy it was. Topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. All right, PTON, very interesting. Below that pre-market low. What was the pre-market low? It was 28.52. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, so Sierra resumed. Sorry, SRA resumed. Did not pop. It popped a little bit. 25.75. What did it get halted at? 25.42. So it did pop up to 25.75 or so, maybe 85. It's pulled right back down. EV's getting hit here again. Reels riven underneath 60, 58.80 right now. FSR, another EV. Electric vehicle. We're talking electric vehicle. All right, I don't know what's going on with the SPY here. That is not right. There's no way this is. I don't see this showing up on. No, I do see this showing up on other. I do see this showing up on other charting programs, like on Interactive Broker. I do see this huge bottoming tail. So I don't know what's going on there. It's got to be a bad tick, and it's just been removed. It's just been removed in my IB chart. I just have one eye. Oh, wait a minute. Has it been? Let me just, before I say that. No, it's still there. But it's got to be a bad tick. There's Twitter taking out the pre-market low. Twitter, TWTR. Everybody knows Twitter. Oh, look at Plug. I mean, Plug right now, the low yesterday was 18.27. So, yeah, a little bit of room, 50 cents to that low, right around here. All right, plug continues to move down. Again, it's got a little bit of room. 19 could stall it a bit, but it's got some room down to that 1850 level from 1926. Yeah, so Riven actually popped right back up to 60. RIVN. It's a little bit unsettled. Look at that big bottoming tail. Well, because of this is throwing my SPY chart into disarray. I can't really tell what's happening because of that stupid, as I say, ghost tick, bad tick, whatever you want to call it. Pinterest, PINS, on the way down. Again, breaking down below the low, pre-market low. All right, now we're picking up. Now we're picking up. In terms of the wows on the breaking down in volume. This is an ETF, right? Semis. Let's see, what did I make? Yeah, I may have changed the price range between 8 and 50. I put the current volume as at least 2. I don't know if that's a change from you. Maybe the volume is 350,000 shares. I put the put volume of only 1,000. Okay, I think you might have it higher. You might, did you raise it to 1,500 or something? When you say you gave me the most updated, because I've been using this for several weeks now, so I don't know. But yeah, it's sort of adjusted to, you know, obviously my style. I think you up the put volume. That's all I can think of. Let's take a look, see how it, oops. I've got something open, I guess. Just give me, oh, that's what I've got open. Just a minute. See what the difference is. You added a ratio of puts to call, at least 2 to 1. Okay, that I didn't have, and the 1,500. All right, let's put them side by side. See if there's a massive difference. Thank you for that. Well, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the market thinks. Okay, so I'm not even reading. Yeah, it doesn't matter what I think, Madeline. Okay, good announcement, earnings. What do I think? The market's telling me that they don't care. Sorry. The only thing is, it's coming into the 200-day moving average. Maybe that holds it, but market doesn't care. I mean, this is a super important area for to try to hold that 200-day, but yeah, plug's bouncing. Okay, well. Yeah, it's pretty erratic so far this morning, guys, in my opinion. I mean, we're getting topping tails, bottoming tails for a lot of the stocks that I've been following anyway, so it's pretty erratic. Yeah, I did see at least one upgrade for TRQ. That was from TD Securities. You know, it's helped. Obviously, it's helped. All right, plug is coming right back down. Okay, give me a moment, please. Oh, I see. Okay, so I do see the AI on the CKPT. Well, we're getting some bounces here now. I wish I just can't see this SPY chart the way I want to because of that stupid down tick. The market looks like it's in bounce mode for sure right now anyway, as we speak. IVZ, what's IVZ doing? Oh shoot, I haven't even looked at these. ABSI, 622. Okay, so it's not done anything. It's almost an all-time low. Gotta be watching this one later. Stick an alert down here, 621. See if it takes it out later. CRK, what are you doing? Okay, Pinterest. Underneath that whole number, 29. The low yesterday, 27.74. So it's got about $1 to that low. I'm definitely interested in this potential short here. PINS. A little bit of a red bar, a green bar ignored here. All right, so that looks like a red bar. It's hard to tell here. Well, it is a red bar. PIN for the SPY. Yeah, wow, this is really picking up speed now. Probably see another 1,000. Yeah, look at, yeah, DWAC is going crazy. All right, guys. Well, I took took it. Where did I get at? Oh, I took the Pinterest short. 82. So let's see. I love it underneath that whole number. But the way this market is right now, I'm not going to I'm going to be really, just don't like the way the market is kind of bouncing around. Yeah, DWAC. I mean, this is really picking up steam here, guys. This is definitely picking up steam. This is an obvious statement, but look at that. Above yesterday's low. I don't know what you mean by I'm going to be conservative. Don't know what you mean by that. I took the pin short, yes, 82, 28.82. I'm just, but I mean, if I get any sort of that'll be my stop. I mean, if it doesn't really accelerate downwards, I'll take myself out there. I'm just looking to see if it, I mean, there's a low yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to that low, 27. It's $1 away, but depending what the market does, it really, it's unfortunate. I mean, unfortunately, most of these trades, it's all dependent on what the overall market's doing. I don't like that. I mean, look at DWAC. I mean, the DWAC doesn't care right now. Let's see if there's any sort of news on it. Yeah, no news. I mean, we all know what's going on here, but is the February 22nd date is still alive and kicking? I guess that's the, what are we now? About a month away, maybe from this the platform opening, maybe. Yeah, it makes trading. I mean, you just got to keep an eye on it. You got to definitely keep an eye on the SPY, the overall market. Oh, I see, John. Okay. All right. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay, let's see. So I see KR. Oh, I see. KR is on because it's outside of the price range I trade, I guess. That's why it's showing up on your scan. Zach. All right, Pets is an earnings play. Pets is an earnings play. But it would take a lot to convince me to go long anything right now. Boy, DWAC is on fire. DWAC is on fire. A lot of volume coming in. So there's your alpha stock right now, guys. Not caring what the market's doing. All right, pins. Okay, you're giving me something. All right, covered. Oh, good cover, good cover. I'm watching this one again. It's too dependent on the market. All these stocks now too dependent on the market. So I've covered some of the pins. Just over the 50 mark. Boring. That's the opposite of alpha. Trending, maybe trending. But in all seriousness, yeah. I mean, stocks that track the market, yeah, they're not fun. All right, guys, I'm just pondering a few things on my thumbnail charts to see if anything is happening. I know some of you guys following RE. Oh, that's underneath $1 again. Wow. Okay, IVZ. I think I'm a little late. Yeah, so Pomodoro looks like it's a bad tick or something like that. Most of the platforms have it. So if you go to another charting program, they all seem to have this. It's a bad tick. TradingView doesn't. Oh, okay. Well, then somebody just said, Thomas, I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room, says it is on TradingView. Anyway, it was definitely on IB's charts. Somebody said it's on their Thinkorswim charts. Nothing we can do about it. But the problem is that it just skews this, the look of the 15-minute chart. Okay, so there's PINS. It's moving with the market. I hate it. So the SPY. See all these several charting programs, including ours, has this big bottoming tail right there at 9:45. Well, here 5 minute doesn't matter what time frame. Okay, I'm all out there. Have to be so careful. I'm out of the pins. Made something, but certainly not what I was hoping for. But the market is probably bouncing. It's hard for me to see because of that stupid wick. You're going long Palantir, PLTR, okay? Yeah, there's a bounce for IVZ, probably with the market. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Breaking the indicators. Yeah, nothing we can do about it. It's on many charting programs, so I don't know what to say. Just have to deal with it. All right, so with this bounce, guys, EXEL, this might be a nice little, maybe a little bounce play. I mean, it's already bounced a little bit, EXEL, as long as the market keeps moving higher. It's just hard for me to tell. Yeah, I don't know how to correct it then on IB or on IB on our platform. No idea. I don't think it is. I don't think it's correctable. Yeah, I don't think anything triggered. Somebody's talking about the strength alerts, the TI strength alerts. Probably nothing triggered. I don't think anything triggered last week, and I don't know if anything triggered so far. Probably nothing triggered yesterday. Macy's, guys, look at Macy's. Macy's is still looking good. I mean, it's now positive. Macy's, of course, had that beautiful run basically all day yesterday. Depends on the sector. Look at GME, guys. I mean, listen, this is this will not die, so it's over 100. Well, for instance, if you were looking at, I mean, this would be an easy way to do it, but sector status, okay, so all right. So here are the symbols that make up XLK as an example. So you could just highlight them all, highlight them all, control copy, and then paste them into a symbol list. Does that make sense? Like create a symbol list? Okay, so if you know how to create a symbol list, then I mean again, I'm only taking these sectors. These are the major ones. So if you wanted to follow the financials in a top list, so you create the symbol list, then you know how to do that, and then create your top list, and then attach that symbol list to it. And then how you monitor it, what sort of, how you want to monitor it is up to you in terms of a minimum volume, a price range, etc. And these are for the major sectors. Other sectors, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. If you can find a symbol list, you just highlight them all and copy it, Control C, copy it, and then paste it into your symbol list that you create. This is a big move, guys. GME. I don't see if there's any specific news on it. Probably not. And AMC is kind of moving along with it. So it depends on the sectors, Madeline. I mean, I just showed you here. These are some of the major sectors. Again, these are the major sectors. So here's a list of them right there. Again, you just highlight them and copy them and put them into a symbol list. Other sectors, I mean, you're going to have to do some digging. Well, no. No, you have to create. That's what I was saying. You have to, if you know how to create the symbol list, just copy and paste the symbols into the symbol list, and then attach it to the top list. I think if you're asking, can I direct, for instance, if I take this alert window, I can't direct it to take a look at at a sector. I have to have a symbol list made up of the sector that you want, and then just attach it. There's no option to select sector, no. Aha! There's an aha, okay. Yeah, now DUAC comes tumbling down a bit. Challenge, guys. Challenge to find something that's really trending well. I mean, just completely, going on its own, either up or down. I'm not saying there isn't anything. So somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? But look at the TSE. If you're if you're Canadian, this TSX index is just getting thumped. Somebody mentioned camp. I see camp is showing up on my one of my scans here. Camp Somebody mentioned Camp, I think, in the YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, it's been trading on its kind of on its own. I mean, it's not really followed the market. What's the float? Fairly low float. Any news on it? Don't see any specific news on it. Except, okay, so we've got the CFO bought 13,000 shares at 538. So that's caused this one to, so insider buying for this one. I guess that happened. That was released after hours yesterday. This is what I'm talking about. CFO bought 13,500 shares at 538. So the price is 591 now. So this has caused this one to pop. That news, insider buying. All right, nothing shaking on the breaking down right now, not for me anyway. All right, let's take a look at Macy's. That came from my scan here, 2721, so it's at 2741 right now from the watch list. Definitely trading on its own, kind of like yesterday. I bet you Nordstrom's may be doing the same thing. JWN. Let's take a look at JWN. Yeah, JWN doing the same thing. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, it's 10:30 already, or almost 10:30. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. And as always, I'm going to just talk a little bit about what you can get from my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage right there, that link right there, it's also available all day long, of course, for my homepage tab. So I'm going to click on the link. So you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here you go, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so the premium $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Go over that in a little bit. Nothing's really shaking there yet. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can take the 15% discount for the first month only. All right, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade from a monthly to an annual with that 15% though. 3 free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is right here. So we have a very comprehensive user guide. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons going over all the basic features. Daily support sessions, so I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. Save up all your Brokerage Plus type questions if you're interested in learning a lot more about Brokerage Plus, maybe back testing your own strategies, things like that. Michael Noss is definitely much more of an expert on all that than I am. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. I'll put the link in, the YouTube link in before I do take my break. And the daily webinar. So today there is a webinar. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it is Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And last, Michael Noss put together this nice little video series. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? And if you want my scans, I've got a list of scans that I am sharing. Okay, so you can take a look at these. Lots of information right here. These 2 links right here, or these 2 sections right here. Save my link, and then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, so just briefly about Trade Ideas. What we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, I've created called the 10-day daily breakout. Now, I previously said, I am sharing a lot of my scans, of course, but of course, if you want to make your own scans, create your own scans, you can. So for instance, in this one, when you start off creating scans, you always start off with filters. These icons are the filters. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $2 and $35, etc. The values and the filters I'm using aren't, they're important, of course, for the scan, but it's just the concept I'm trying to explain. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that's why we see the only 1 today so far, and 2 on the downside. Big day, a big change from yesterday. This was absolutely full already. So the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If you want to create your own scans, no programming language to learn. Here are all the alerts that we have. And when we scroll down, these are all the filters that we have. So, and please listen carefully, you don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. I think one of the common questions we get is, well, this is obviously too hard for me. How can I possibly learn all the alerts and filters? You don't have to. Why we have so many is that, lots of different trading styles, thousands of customers with different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, so again, no programming language to learn. Now, we're also sharing a lot of scans up here. If I click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on the dock channel bar. I showed you this before with the sector status, but these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, here's a momentum scan or momentum layout. So here's ELP as an example. If you like the idea of a momentum scanner, first of all, you just right-click, configure, and then summary, and you can see what it's looking for. Now, as always, even with my scans, of course you can make changes. If you didn't like the price range, you'd make a change. If you didn't like the minimum volume, make a change. You know, once you get used to using trade ideas, you might even add in your own filter or take one out. You know, it's up to you. But at the beginning, if you like what you see, you can then take this scan and you can save it to the cloud. Why? Because now I can go to another channel, the stock surging channel. Okay, and I can take a look at this one. The action is heating up right now. Maybe I like the idea of this one. Save it to the cloud. So the idea, all I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels, extract different windows, different scans that we've got, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, creating your own layout without actually having created a scan from scratch. Okay? So try to make it very, very easy. Now, if you have our premium service and you want to check out what's happening with our AI, this is what I would do. Make it easy. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You know, don't worry about this up here, but this is the window that you'll see. You can see we've had two alerts this morning. Nothing's really shaking from them. When I say that, nothing really is happening. But you know, you get an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the entry. You know, I say this every single day. I never take a trade until I take a look at the chart. Okay, I want to see what's happening, what the market might be doing, etc. So how you trade these will be up to you. I use it like a watch list when I do take, when I do get into an AI trade. It may be later on in the day. Maybe it sets up later on. You know, this CKPT, nothing. It hasn't moved yet. Who knows? Maybe later on it starts to move. You know, it's just basing here. Well, we get some volume. Maybe it pops up. You know, it was up to $3 in the pre-market. We don't know. You know, but so use it like a watch list. Okay, Eric is moving a little bit, guys. I mean, listen, look, it's an earnings play. It's moved 20 cents, you know, here from here. I mean, it's just not interesting to me. But hey, at the end of the day, if it moves 40 or 50 cents with $3 billion in the float and it does it in an orderly fashion, that would not be a bad trade. All right, so now I'm just going to go over this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. I'm putting a link in called Brokerage Plus. So in this link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You don't have to. It's a feature. It's an option. And again, please listen carefully. If you don't happen to have an IB Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you can't use this this window. That's all it means. Okay? Or this feature, I should say. You notice when you look at the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus, and there are two options underneath, Live. So again, if you have an E-Trade or IB account, that first video shows you how you can then use this window to trade. And then the other one is the simulator, okay, paper trading. So this one just opened, guys. Let's see what's happening with this FGI. Okay, this is an IPO. It just opened, 2.5 million, very low, $6 to $8. So you can see it is open below where it may have, where they thought it might open. So $6 to $8. Again, these can be really crazy with that amount of number of shares that the IPO has, and also that price. Again, I'm just bringing it to your attention. If you're new to trading, forget about it. But enough of you out there that you know what I'm talking about, how these things can go absolutely insane. But you know, the fact that it didn't open over $8, you know, leads me to think that, you know, it may just fizzle out today. But we'll have to see. Check out CF. Let's take a look at CF. I'm sure this is for a short. Yes, so you're looking at a top, yeah, right around here. Actually, I should have, let me get my price alert up. Okay, so I'm going to stick an alert up here at the high. See if it takes it out later on. Now, it's already been halted because of volatility, so it's already been halted. All right, so as a simulator, just going to go over this briefly, okay? You know, if you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market, okay? We've got a simulator here. Paper Trader uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? You don't even need a broker. You're still trying to decide on who you want to use as a broker, but you want to practice trading. You can, you know, you have to have our standard subscription, and then you can just practice trading. You just click on an alert, symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want, etc. Okay, so you can practice trading using our simulator. I might take a simulated trade a little bit later, but also you can practice swing trading. You know, if you take a trade here and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. The SDC, yeah, it had an upgrade this morning. I saw. I can't remember who it was, but SDC had an upgrade this morning. If you haven't done so already, next time you go to your dentist, ask them what they think about SDC. Just ask them. It's hilarious. Yeah, the DWAC is, it might be setting up, guys, for another little run here. Takes out that 72.62. I could get it running again. All right, AJRD. So this merger with Lockheed, or the deal they had, looks like, well, obviously something's happened. They've either postponed it, delayed it, or it's completely gone. I don't know. I think I read this morning it's delayed. Speaking about buyouts and all that, what the heck is happening with Bally here? Yeah, hanging in there. $38 price. So the activist shareholder who owns over 20% of the company or group wants to buy the balance of their stock for $38 a share. Still whippy. I mean, man, the alert came in at 37.72 and then it popped right back up. I'm talking about the AJRD. And at the VWAP, we was saying 38.35, so it's below the VWAP. Just hate these bottoming tails and then the pop right back up. All right, Mdrx guys, this is interesting. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market at all. I don't know why exactly, but Mdrx, high of the day. Yeah, Mdrx. I didn't see this at all. So all scripts rally on guidance. So they're releasing on the 24th. So what they're doing is they're saying that they expect the Q4. Okay, there's the DWAC guys. Big area for it to try to take out. DWAC guys looks, I mean, it pops through here. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 83. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to contend with chart resistance. Well, this DWAC guys, the longer it holds 73, just get some volume coming in and that could really pop it. hate this. Let's take a look at, try to see what the SPY is actually doing. Oh, okay, the market is rallying. Wow. So the market definitely rallying. I mean, the Dow was down around 600 at 700 at one point, so the market is rallying. See on this. Okay, has this settled down yet? AJRD, is it really settled down? The low in the pre-market was about 37. So, I mean, that could hold it. Okay, DWAC trying to challenge 73 again. All right, guys. Now, again, this is super, super, super risky, okay? But the FGI, which opened last, it's been open about 20 minutes now, I guess. So it did try to take out that high here. Again, super, super, super risky, okay? Give me a moment here. I mean, this is still below the projected IPO opening, you know, anywhere from between 6 to 8, so it's still below that. All right, Peloton has been choppy, but it is now underneath that whole number, 28. Now, I think, yeah, 28, and I think it is challenging. There was the low in the pre-market, I think, 28. So that was the low in the pre-market. It actually did get down below it, but it popped above it again. But it's been choppy, guys. I mean, it has been really, you know, down, up, down. I mean, it looks like the trend is down, but all right, DWAC above 73 again. briefly. Yeah, look at these bottoming tails for AGRD. I mean, it just makes it, for me anyway, difficult to stay in a trade. I didn't take this trade yet. I really wanted to. I want to. Because when you look, okay, actually, let's take a look at the monthly chart, the 37.63. So maybe that is going to hold it, right there. That low of that month, it looks like that's where exactly, almost where it got to, 37.49, 37.63. If it can take that out, then, the next lows on the monthly are 30, way down here, 32-ish. All right, Pixie showing up here in my scanner, PIXY. All right, guys, let's take a trade in the simulator just to show you how it works. All right, for fun, we'll do this one, okay? The FGI, we'll take, nah, take something else. I'm just looking for anything that might be, I think this one is basing here. Okay, let's just take the CKPT, all right? And we're going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy. Now, I think I still have to do this. Yeah, the day. Again, you don't have access to this. I'm going to take 500 shares. When I say this, I mean this is a new kind of a new look. All right. Send. All right, so it took, the entry was 248. I'm going to put a stop at, you know where I'm doing it, 228. And you'll see a red line will appear on the chart. Soon. There we go. So approximately $100. You see, minus $100. So there's my stop. Again, you get into trade. First of all, before you take a trade, you should have some kind of a checklist. And if you can't check every single box, don't take the trade. Now, that's why when you're new to trading, you don't know what your checklist is going to look like. That's where some experience, obvious experience, comes in. Most of my scans have already got, I can already check things based on my scans. In other words, I always know it's going to be in the price range I want. It's going to have the minimum volume that I need. It's going to have the minimum relative volume that I need. All these sort of things. So a lot of my boxes have already been checked based on my scans. But again, you should always be really looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have a checklist. If you can't check every box, don't take the trade. Next, you get into a trade, even if you checked every box, you know what? Not every trade is going to work. In fact, a lot of them won't work. But that's okay. Just have some good money management skills and have a stop. The stop is where the price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And of course, where you're going to put that price, that is only going to come with practice, practice, practice. I like to size up a chart. I try to look at maybe no less than a 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart to see where there's a lot of action at a certain price. If it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Some might look at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle or maybe a moving average. How you establish your stop will be up to you. You can only, that's why you have to practice. How you get comfortable with placing a stop. So that's the first thing. The next thing is, well, okay, great. If I lose on this trade, how much am I prepared to actually lose dollar-wise? If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, what I'm always doing to demonstrate, I'm always risking $100 a trade. That's why it says minus 99. Now, how did that appear? Because I took 500 shares. Now, why did I take 500 shares? Again, if I get into a trade, I know where my stop is. Okay, I put the stop 20 cents away to make the math easy. So the entry was 248, the stop is 228, that's a 20-cent difference. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm prepared to risk on the trade, you get 500 shares. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. I risk about the same amount every trade. I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $50 the next trade, $400 the next trade. I try to keep my risk about the same every single trade. So that means my share size will always be different because the difference between my entry and my stop is not always obviously going to be 20 cents. So a couple of really key things that if you want to, in my opinion anyway, if you want to last in this business, you better have some good money management skills and techniques. And then the next thing is discipline. The discipline to obey your stop. Again, you can get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. It starts to drift down to your stop price. Everything seemed to be fantastic, great news, great earnings, whatever. Everything was checked. Still the greatest setup in the world. Sometimes they just don't work. So to obey your stop is critical. But it's hard sometimes. Again, you can let your ego or stubbornness get in the way. And so that $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you actually get out of the trade. And you kick yourself, you say, why didn't I get out? So that's one thing. The next thing though, is that even worse, you don't obey your stop. Now you're down $200, $300, $400 and then it does bounce. And then all of a sudden you're up $200, $300, $400 and you're patting yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. Will that happen? Yes. Okay, and it could happen a few times. The problem is when it doesn't happen and you just keep letting it run down, 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 those are account destroyers. So, the deal is this, guys. Commissions are so cheap, they're either free or, IB, half a cent a share. There's no excuse to not get out of a trade just because of the commissions. You can always get back in. Sometimes, maybe you're just a little bit early. And maybe it sets up again and you take the trade again. All right, guys, now just take a look around on some of my thumbnail charts to see what's happening. All right, so it looks like the market is starting to drift down again. It's, again, hard to tell from this SPY chart. because of that stupid bottoming tail. But anyway, see if it's disappeared on my IV chart. No, it's still there on my IV chart also. Yeah, I was going to say Macy's now is definitely giving it up. Okay, so the question from our YouTube room is, what is the trick to deleting trend lines? Okay, well, anything you put on. So I'll just put on if I go to properties, sorry, markup, and I'm going to put a horizontal line. So that could have been a trend line, but anything you put in the markup. So again, markup, so be it a trend line, horizontal line, arrow, text annotation. So you go up to it, okay, and watch what happens when I get my pointer and all of a sudden it changes, okay? So I'll get to the pointer and it changes. Okay, I left click on it, I left click and then hit delete. Not intuitive at all, okay, but that's what you do. So I'll do it again, do the markup, put a horizontal line on. The minute it changes, and there's my pointer is still just a pointer, then it changes to that icon, okay? Left click on your mouse, delete on your keyboard. Okay? That was a question from our YouTube room, but probably others in the main room probably wondering the same thing, perhaps. Yeah, Halliburton actually had a pretty good day yesterday. I mean, it recovered like the rest of the market, had earnings, and second day continuation off earnings. Market is very choppy. But Halliburton, it's having a great day. I mean, had a great day yesterday. It had earnings, released earnings on yesterday morning. I'm sorry, they didn't release on the 24th. Oh, okay. At any rate, pre-market yesterday. I guess this after hours was maybe an anticipation. That would be Friday's after hours action. I'm sorry. This is after hours yesterday. I'm sorry. So anyway, it is still moving higher. I mean, it's taken a big area out here. I noticed you said BBIG a little while ago. I didn't type in the symbol. Let's see what it's doing. I see it popped. Okay. Haven't seen this one for a while. The BBIG pumpers have left YouTube. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. All right, guys, AGRD did start to move down again, but I mean, you got these bottoming tails, topping tails. It's not smooth, definitely not smooth. There's no shorts available. For us, for DWAC. All right, keep an eye on the Mdrx, guys. It's had the pullback and over 20 now. Okay, there's the AJRD. It took a while. I'm not in it. Okay, I'm not in it, but you know, it's a little too choppy for me. But I guess if you stuck with it with fewer shares, wider stop, you could stay in it. Keep an eye on the Mdrx. Over 20 right now. Some volume coming in. The high was up here at 2030. I'm just watching to see how well this holds this 20. I might hop on this one. The longer this holds over 20, volume is pretty good. Have to contend with the high right there, but oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Are we okay here, guys? Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute for a bit here. No, a bad cat. My monitor is gone, so just I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. Okay, it's all good, guys. I'm just going to have to shut down my screen sharing for a second here. Okay, so the screen sharing is gone. All right. I should be back. You guys should be able to see my screen again and hear me. Is that correct? Okay. Well, Swan, you're making a comment that is kind of think about the AI yesterday. Look at all the longs it took yesterday. That worked, even though the market was just tanking. So, I mean, it's just statistics, okay? Okay, so you guys can see my screen and hear me again. Okay, great. That was fun. Okay, what time is it? 11:17. Okay. Yeah, choppy, choppy, choppy market, guys. Really choppy. I mean, I just wish this AJRD hadn't done all this here, because that was, my initial alert on it was 37.72, and that's a dollar move. Well, let's actually take a look at the sectors right now. See if there's a massive change. Yep, there you go. So there's the good sector right now. So if you took any energy plays at the beginning of the day, more than likely you're looking good. Remember, at the beginning, virtually all the stocks were down from yesterday's close. Now 90% of them are up. You look at tech though. I mean, tech is just getting still hammered. Only literally, well, basically they're all down from yesterday's close. Healthcare, financials. So yeah, energy right now is the play. Right now. Now, can that change in an hour? Yep. But right now, it's the play. So Halliburton, as an example, I think before the disruption, I think we were talking about Halliburton. Keep an eye on that Mdrx, guys. The Mdrx. Is it closer and closer to that 38 for Bali? Yeah, it's just kind of holding here. Well, again, congratulations anybody who stuck out on the AGRD. Halliburton, guys. I mean, this is Halliburton, HAL. I'm not saying to take it now. I'm just saying. I mean, this is definitely a strong stock. Man, look at TRQ. Talk about a base here. I don't think it's going to stay here for the rest of the day, but look at TRQ. What a big base. Just needs some volume to come in to pop it one way or the other. I mean, obviously, it could also move down, but a bunch of upgrades this morning. TRQ. MDRX guys. Longer this MDRX stays over 20, setting up a really, really good base here and get some volume. This could get it running again. I think this has, I mean, just look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's almost an all-time high. I don't know where the all-time high would be. I have to scan back here. I mean, you got to go back to 2014. So for all intents and purposes, you know, this may as well, I mean, it's not an all-time high, I get it. But I mean, do we really care what happened 8 years ago? So this is really interesting. Had a great 2 months. I mean, definitely not following what the rest of the market was doing. Oh, that was on the short list or the breaking down in volume, but yeah, it has popped, and you're right, it is an earnings play, IVZ. Now, is it moving with the market? I mean, I can't really, you know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to just sort of check my numbers here, kind of by memory, what the Dow was and the SPY was. Halliburton is just on a mission, guys. HAL. What a great, look at this. I mean, from 28 to 29.60. Well, you're at your wish there, Zach. If you're stuck with this one, this SRRA, you got your 22. Not shortable for us, well, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. All right, well, Peloton, I mean, it was, again, kind of choppy, but not kind of, it was choppy. All right, so Schlumberger, guys, another energy play on the move. SLB, another energy play. Now, how long these energy plays are going to continue to move? Remember, they've rallied off the bottom. I mean, they were virtually every single stock was down from the close yesterday when we looked at it early. Now they're all up from the close yesterday. And so, next high for this one, 38.56 or so when you look left. So they've got a little bit of room. I think I see a green bar here for the SPY. Little green bar. Okay, I know you know this, Zach. This showed up on your bounce scan. Interesting. It's right at the 200-day moving average, ETRN. And this is an energy play, you know, in the broad sector of energy. So it is definitely not doing what the rest of the sector is doing. The broad sector. ETRN, guys, I mean, it's getting close. Is it at that 200-day? Yeah, just down almost to the 200-day moving average. You see that green line on my daily chart? That is the 200-day moving average sitting right on top of it now. But definitely getting thumped here. From the last, this is a, look at that. I mean, from 10 down to 9 almost. All right, DWAC, I mean, it's holding, it held 70, basically. So let's see if it can, it held 70. I mean, it got down just below it, but kind of holding 70. Let's see if it can hold this level, but needs volume. I mean, look what happened. I mean, this big increase was all about volume, and then, you know, the volume kind of dwindled and dwindling and dwindling, and it's, you know, the interest is waning. So it needs some volume to come back in and perk it up again. Yep, Mdrx is on the move. You know, whether you take this or not is up to you, but, you know, I've laid out why it looks good. I mean, you have to go back to 2014 for the next high. Could be an interesting swing. Not in my option scan. IVZ, not in mine. Now, remember, if you have it from a long time ago, I made a change to it, so the stock has to be up for the day. Okay. Yeah, so I can see it might have just triggered, but you see it's down for the day. The only way this is going to trigger if this it gets up for the day. I made that change months and months ago, Jay. You don't have to. Well, at some point you would think ETRN is going to find a bottom, but wow, it's through the 200-day now. So when is the next low? Where is the next low looking left? So on the weekly chart, we're looking at 911, I think, 911. And then we're looking at around 9, this 9 level right here. Now, can it reclaim the 200-day and move off it? That is the question. I'm going to stick an alert at that 200-day and see what happens around that area. Yeah, this looks like it's a complete mess now, this FGI. But again, you never know. I'm just going to have my alert set right up here around 550. You never know with that number of shares issued. Surprised they went ahead with the IPO. Halliburton keeps chugging up. I'm not in this one, but it's just amazing. I mean, it's just inch by inch by inch. Almost a red bar ignored on that weekly chart. Almost. You know, the uptrend and then that red bar from last week. Not quite engulfed by the previous weekly candle. That just looking at the numbers here, it doesn't look like there's been much movement. Can't tell from the SPY chart, of course, but just looking at the numbers up here, it doesn't look like there's been much movement. All right, well that'll do it. All right, guys, it's 11:34. I'm just going to confirm that Michael will be in the YouTube room at around noon when I take my break. Just going to ping him, see if he's definitely going to be there. And again, if you have more questions about Brokerage Plus, you know, maybe backtesting strategies, things like that, Michael's your man, okay? So he'll just getting a confirmation that he'll be in the YouTube room when I do take my break. And GRD continues down. All right, I see some movement here. I do see some movement in the SPY. I can't really tell on the chart, but I'm just looking at the actual numbers. Looks like we're heading down. Yeah, the memers are taking a hit. The GME, AMC, they are taking a hit. Okay, this is an earnings play, STM. STM is an earnings play. It is starting to march its way down. See yesterday what it did. It hit, just literally got right to the 200-day moving average, and then it bounced, closed way up here. Of course, with the big market rally. But now let's see what happens. STM is an earnings play. Again, STM earnings play starting to move down now. Yeah, here, okay, so this is starting to trigger. So obviously the market is starting to move down. This QQQ, the S3Qs, the short the Qs. And of course, this is a semi, so STM. So well, if you're long anything, just be careful now. STM continues to move down here. MGI also now. MGI actually showed up my option scanner on the way down. MGI. Boy, this Mdrx, it's trying to hold that 20. All right, guys, I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back. And I keep hearing, yeah, this Halliburton keeps, man, oh man, not in it. Probably watch it just, go up all day long without me. And we have a halt. BRFH just got halted. Bar Fresh Food Group, okay? Hardly any volume yet. But it just got halted. A volatility halt, yeah. Mdrx continues to try to hold that 20 level. All right, guys, MDRX starting to move. And it's an AI alert also, okay? Just to let you know, it's an AI alert. XM, that was a nice one for a while. And of course it rallied with the rest of the market, but yes. I'm actually, Zach Scans, I really like them in the afternoon. I mean, there's some of, can work all day. I really like them in the afternoon though, because, they've had time to really set up. So these topping ones especially, if they're going to start to drop, it's great, to me anyway. They've set up all day and then they start to fade. They can start to fade. So that's kind of why I like it later on. Yes, this is, well, I have to put them in here. So that's the bounce play, okay? But where XM was found was the topping one. Nothing on the topping yet today. For mine anyway. When I say for mine, I may have made some. Well, I delayed I think for 20 minutes or so. Okay, so I don't get any alerts for the first 20 minutes at least. All right, guys. Let me see. Make sure Michael is going to be there. He hasn't answered yet. Okay, so this BRFH just opened. Any volume coming in? Not really. No. Yeah, so what Real was talking about was once it broke underneath the VWAP, I'm talking about AJRD. Yeah, I mean, once it really broke underneath that VWAP, it's been fairly consistently down. Yeah, this Dave has been a real sneaky one. Not just today, but it just shows up. That's the spin-off. Not an IPO exactly. It was a spin-off. All right, guys, I guess the market's putting a little bit of a bounce in, I guess. There's a green candle. I'm looking at the amounts for NAS and Dow and SPY. They are definitely higher now. So market's putting a little bounce. Mdrx is okay. I think if it takes out the high of the day, it could have a bit of a run. Nothing sensational yet, but it's okay. Zila, what are you doing? XLAA is just showing up in one of my scans. XEL, oh, it's a super cheap one. I gotta get rid of that price range in that scan. That's in my compare count. I look at that every now and then when things are slowed down, but I mean, look, it's up 29%, lots of volume. Man, I can't believe it. Man, a $22 stock. When was this? Oh, long time ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, no, it wasn't a flash crash. It's something that showed up on a lot of charting programs, and I can't get rid of it. So no, Denver, no. Shows it's on my IB chart still. Others have said it's still on it's on their charts. Okay. Man, if you could have got this one, WRBY, that's a great bounce again with the market. So, start paying attention to those bounce plays from Zach. I mean, the alert was at 33.37. It didn't get really much below that, and look at the bounce it had. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. So, what time is it? It's 56. Yeah, 11:56. So I'm just waiting for him to show up. 11:57. So he should be in a YouTube room in about 3 minutes. I'm going to put the link in. You want to head over there while I'm on my break? All right, Mdrx. I think it's just taking out the high now. All right, guys, TRQ is actually starting to fall a bit here. Okay? Remember the last time we looked at it, it was basing, 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 but it is actually starting to fall here. So let's see if this really is the start of something more aggressively down. I mean, it's still at 15%. DDL seems to show up every day in this 10-day daily breakdown. This is the one that's just never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, Michael's streaming. Okay, I see you. Okay, Michael, I'll stop my stream now. Have a good hour. Just a minute.
All right, everyone, let's start by testing the sound here, making sure that's working. Perfect. And now, oh, where's my OBS? Boom. Jeez, that's yellow. Boom. All right, that's a little more true to life, I guess. Good. Everything's good. Okay, well, welcome. I guess I can pause myself there. So thank you everyone for coming. If you're new here, again, essentially we give Barry some much needed time off. We open up the stream for an hour every day at this time for some live Q&A. So feel free to ask whatever it is that you want to ask about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. If you don't know me, I'll actually just type hi in chat. So if I link anything later, you know what name it is. My name's Michael. I've been using trade ideas since 2003. I've been consulting with them for many years after that. I do a lot of the math nerd stuff around here is usually the caveat that I give myself. So when it comes to my style of trading, just if you want to ask something trading related instead of trade ideas, I'm mainly a swing trader. I'm a chartered market technician, which is that diploma right there above my head, and a quant. So essentially that just means instead of where a lot of people will come up with their reasons for trading because of quantitative things or for fundamental things, right? They'll have a news or they're like, I like this company because of XYZ, right? They make a good widget or whatever, and then they'll look at the chart to trade it, or they'll say, okay, this is gapping up on good news, and that's a fundamental reason, so then I'll look to trade it. I kind of do the same thing, but for me, it's I've created this algorithm that has some sort of statistical significance over the market, and then let me use my trading eye to trade it. Sorry, just making sure everything's sized up here on the other monitor. So the more you guys ask questions, the less you'll hear me waffling on about stuff. But so the first question, can you set up Holly for swing trade alerts? Everything Holly does right now is on an intraday basis. However, what a lot of people do, let's go see Holly as well. What a lot of Holly does, well, everything she does is on an intraday basis, but there's a lot of swing traders that we know that what they'll do is they'll just look at the daily chart, right? And if it's something that they like, they'll continue to just hold it, right? Another way to do it is you take the Holly trades that you think are good intraday trades, and then you hold a little bit for a swing trade, which is another common way that use day trading ideas and styles for swing trading, right? So if you buy CKPT here, and this one's not working well, it's pulling back, but say this one closed somewhat strong, well, you could say, okay, well, let me sell a chunk that I made money on day trading and hold the rest swing. But do you include TTM squeeze in your swing ideas? No, I don't. I've looked at that indicator. I've actually done a lot of testing and study behind it. We may include the indicator in trade ideas later. We don't have it right now, but I did a lot of study behind it, and it just doesn't perform well over the long run for anything that I could find anyway. It's there's no magic to it. It's just a Bollinger Band inside of a Keltner channel, right? So you can get the same thing just by adding the indicators and putting on Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels, right? And when the Bollinger Bands are inside the Keltner channel, it's considered squeezing. It's really just a complicated way to say this stock is basing, right? It's moving sideways. So I just found that there's easier ways to do that. And again, I did a bunch of testing on it, and I just couldn't find. If it works for you, great. I just couldn't find any statistical advantage in the long run of using something like that. It's one of those things that you can see pretty easily by eye when a stock's basing or not. And I just found that was a better overall indicator. Can you trade options with trade ideas? You can't auto trade them, but yeah, we've got some options alerts. So you could, let's actually find, we have a whole channel based off of unusual options activities, and you can do some Scanning with this, find stuff that's printing not so much the real-time kind of sweep data. But, so for example, these scans in here have things that are doing unusual options activity, right? So we scan for the stock, but then you could go in and say, well, hey, I'm going to, on top of that, right, go then look up the option change. So calls, and more calls. These are, so CTXS, for example, is doing about 3 times normal call volume, which I always find that corresponds pretty closely with relative volume. If you're getting a big spike in option volume, you're getting a big spike in stock volume and vice versa. But what are the easier ways I follow up on? Just trend trading, right? It's one of those things that I tell this story all the time, but if there was an indicator, like just an off-the-shelf indicator that made you a bunch of money, you would never hear about it. And if it started to make money, then you'd have hedge funds and large institutions that can act faster than you would be taking advantage of that money, right? So anything that's just a simple, Bollinger Band or MACD or RSI or something like that isn't going to work as an indicator because, again, for those reasons. The market, you got to remember, is a self-correcting mechanism. If there's a super easy way to make money, then people with more technology than you and are faster than you and have more money than you are going to get into those things first, and it kind of goes away. So the thing to make sure is that whatever you're doing has multi-levels to it, and it's something that you've built yourself, so you know the limitations of it and things like that. So TI strength, for example, which we have built into the system, is something that I use a lot, which is a strength ranking mechanism where it basically looks at a bunch of different kind of components of the market and then drills them down into what's strong and what's weak. And then I trade those things, again, according to basic technicals. But, you said easier. I would say the easiest way for swing trading is look for relative strength and look for trend and just trade in the direction of those trends. It's not sexy as, buying something that's down a bunch or something like that. But, right, just find something that's in an uptrend. Find a way to get into it with a low risk reward and understand you'll be wrong half the time. Risk management, right? When I open one of my custom channels as a dock channel, all the windows are just shown as tabs. Once you save it, it will keep whatever state that you save it in, right? So, right, I have this set up the way I want. So we'll hit save and just call it test. And then let's load it into, let's right click on the top and edit custom channels. I think these are all just things I did for demonstration. I don't use the custom channels nearly as much now that we've got the dock stuff. So we'll just call this test, and then you select from the cloud, and we'll load the layout in there. Okay. So now let's go to something else. Let's go to Holly. So then I've got my custom channel right up here. Again, I say this every week. I got to give this thing more RAM. So I got this custom channel right up here. And then I click on that. And you can see it goes right into exactly the way it was before. Yeah, and just so you know, Debbie, it's a little different with the dock. You right click on the title bar to change the custom channels. It's up there because before the docked stuff, it was right on the channel bar, but now you just right click right on the title bar and you'll find it there. What's the best indicator of determining trend? Price, right? right? So XLE is in an uptrend, and just, the chart starts on the lower left and it ends at the upper right. So that's how you determine trend. Again, it's one of those things that indicators, I think, are fine as a crutch, but you need to understand that they are a crutch, right? That there is no, here's an indicator that's going to make you money. It just doesn't exist anywhere. Anyone who's telling you it does, run, right? Everything's going to be price. There's Brian Shannon, which is a friend of Trade Ideas, and myself. He's kind of coined the phrase that only price pays, right? The only thing that you make money on in trading is buying something at one price and selling it at a higher price. So when you're determining things like this, just make sure you use the chart, right? So the definition of a trend is lower lows, right? So we have a low here, then we moved up and we made a lower low, or sorry, a higher low, and then we moved up and we made another higher low, and then we moved up, and that may have been a higher low right there, right? And then the opposite for a downtrend. Peloton is always an easy thing to pick on for a downtrend, right? You had a high, and then a lower high, and then a lower high, and a lower high, and a lower high, right? And then also just the chart starts for whatever your time frame is, right? Keep your charts zoomed relatively the same all the time. And right, if you're, so say for example, if you're if someone likes to hold for a month, maybe use a 4-month chart there, and just, right, is it going like that or is it going like that? Right? That's a downtrend, that's an uptrend. And then if it's just doing this, it's probably a stock you want to stay away from because it's just kind of basing about, right? So can Trade Ideas show the most beat down growth name, or does that require a personalist? Yeah, well, you just need to define what all of that means to you, but you can build a scan for that for sure, right? So you could just say, so you need to define, go into your top list, and you just need to define all those things, right? So, how do you define growth, right? Is it, we've got quarterly earnings growth. Maybe that's a way that you define growth. Right? You could use that to say things, that quarterly earnings are growing. Again, you could just, again, how you define them, right? Negative EPS might be another way to find growth stocks, things like this. And then you just need to define beaten up a lot, right? So I would look for change in, and you can see we have change in 20 days, 1 year, 10 year, 5 days, whatever you want, and then look for what's beaten down the most. And then that will bring up a scan that will then just kind of show you all the whatever it is that you were after there. Just looking at the RSP here and just nothing. It's a boring day. Makes sense. Massive move yesterday, an inside day today, and we'll go from there. I found that the parabolic on the 4-minute charts is good for a stop loss. Any chance that you will support as an alert? As an alert, definitely not. An indicator, we're going to do some updates to the indicator soon. I wouldn't hold your breath for an indicator. Now, again, have you looked at the math behind it? Because, again, all these things there's no magic. Parabolic SAR, right? They're all just math. So the question is, what would be a close enough facsimile that would make sense? Because, right, I know that indicator. It's just a multi-period low, essentially, right? There's no... I'm just looking at the math here. It's really, really basic math. Right, so for that, I bet you could get the same thing by using the highest high of the current period acceleration factor. Yeah, I bet you get the same thing just using a moving average in a lot of cases. Because that's all it is. It's looking at the highest high or the highest low in a few periods. So we have something, and I would try this out as well. Right, you can go in 5 minute and then just look at the again, it's just a moving average. I'm looking at the math right now. It's nothing fancy at all. So you could use a multi-period low, and you could say, depending on how fast you want it to move, we have this built in already. So you could go, let's look at SPY. That's got that bad tick, right? RSP, right? And there's your multi-period low right there. And that would act pretty closely to the SAR in most cases. I'm looking, you can look at the math, right? It's these things are the math is public on this, right? So the SAR just takes the high and the low, right? You can see that right here, this mathematic. So it takes the prior period and it just adds some number to it, which is the same as a moving average. You just take the prior period and you add the new value of the moving average and you drop the old one. Like there's no debate on this one. It is basically a variation of an exponential moving average. Now, it gets fancy where when the price drops below it, it will show the dots above. But again, it's just a multi-period high and low, right? There's nothing, there's no magic. Again, this is a free indicator that anyone can get. So if it was magic, you better believe every hedge fund on earth would be using it and it would be dead, right? So again, we're going to look to get these kind of indicators on the charts, but we won't have it as a custom anytime soon. Or as a alert. There's just way more high priority things in the alert filter. So for now, again, you can use this or not, but I just looked at the math and it's definitely nothing. It's nothing crazy. Same guy that made the RSI, actually. I just learned, right? Wilder's RSI. Also been heavily studied. A lot of these, any main indicator like this, you can actually find some academic studies. Just when I was Googling it, there was a bunch of academic studies behind it. I haven't read them, but it might be interesting. I would bet it'd be the same as anything. In a trending market, it would work, and in a range-bound market, it's just going to destroy you. Positive year-over-year growth until last year. Wilder's nephew's a friend of mine. Oh, geez. That's a little bit of a legend in our industry. A few degrees removed from. And I bet you he'll tell you, like I talk to John Boilinger all the time, the creator of the Boilinger Band, and he says one of the things that upsets him the most is people trying to use his indicator as like a system. He's like, it's not what it's for. It's not why I built it. Because I'm sure gets, like anyone on the internet, gets hate all the time of, oh, this thing broke the Boilinger Bands and I bought it. And he says, well, A, it's not a revision to the mean tool. It's not why I built it. And B, who told you to do that? So I bet you even Wilder would say, don't, there's no magic. It's all just, that's the thing about indicators too, where I always say don't use them as a crutch, is every indicator, including this one and RSI and Boilinger Band and all that, they're all just built via price and volume. And as the guy who builds the indicators for the charts, I can tell you, right? They're all just degradations of price and volume. So there's no, you can get them all by viewing the same price and volume as well, right? So yeah, so for your positive year-over-year growth and last year this. So I don't know what that means, but for positive year-over-year growth, right, you would just, best way to always find anything in trade ideas is this search box right here. It's fantastic because the logic works pretty well. So if you're looking for growth, this is what we've got. And, that's if we have it there, then great. And if we don't, then we don't. Very little you can do with custom formulas, maybe some stuff. So you could certainly email in at info@trade-ideas, but these are the growth things that we have. So we have quarterly revenue, annual EPS, quarterly EPS, and quarterly earnings. And those are the growth metrics that you can use. Again, I would also look, if you're trying to find a list of growth stocks, I would look at EPS. Generally speaking, growth stocks are classified as stocks that don't make money. So a negative EPS, right? If you look at, if we go into right here, and let's actually add configure, let's actually add EPS in. And if we go to the popular names, I bet you none of them. Because it's one of those things that if you're growing your company, you're not making money, right? Because you would take that money and you would reinvest it into your company, right? So there's Peloton, the negative EPS, Zoom with a negative EPS, QuantumScape with a negative ETS. What else is one of the LZ, LegalZoom? Oh no, that's different Zoom. DraftKings, what are the other ones that got killed? DraftKings, right? Negative EPS. Might be a better way to look at it, right? Because you're either a growth company or you're just a crappy company that doesn't make money. But you got to think that if your company's growing year over year over year, why would you take money and pay it out to shareholders, right? You want to take that money and you want to plow it back into your company to keep growing. And that's how like Amazon did that for like 10 years. Never made a dime. Uber, same thing. And then Amazon recently, in the last like 2 years or so, started to actually make money because they're kind of hitting the upper level, so they're no longer a growth company, right? So interested in the Head and Shoulders alert. So first of all, a caveat with these alerts, right, is that it's all subjective when it comes to chart patterns. Some people will see a Head and Shoulders and some people won't, right? So let's do the Head and Shoulders. And then what you want to put in is not the amount of bars. We don't have the way to specify that because on 15-minute bars, you could see a Head and Shoulders. It's fractal is the best way to put it, right? A Head and Shoulders on a daily would also be a Head and Shoulders on 15-minute bars, just zoomed in more, right? So what you want to end up doing is you want to end up finding what is the length of the Head and Shoulders from the beginning of the pattern to the end of the pattern, and that's what you're putting in there for hours of trading. So if you put 10 hours of trading, it's going to be more than a trading day, right? And again, the subjective nature of these is kind of hard to spot sometimes. Let's put in a volume. But that's what that number is when is the beginning of average volume. Yeah, it's the length of the overall pattern. Oh, geez. For what it's worth, we're going to be adding, I'm working on this same pattern for the Market Explorer as well. And the Market Explorer, I think, will do a little bit of a better job. Right, so if we zoom out on DBA, you can see I put 10 hours, and then there's 6.5. Did I get that right? In an average trading day. So you can see we've got a shoulder here, and then a head here, and then a shoulder here. Right, so it's a lopsided one, but that still counts in the technical terminology. And then same with here, right? So we've got a shoulder here, and then a head here, and then another shoulder here. So you got to remember a Head and Shoulders pattern is just a high, and then some sort of higher high, and then some sort of lower high, right? The one I'm going to make in the Market Explorer, I'm going to try to make these highs a little bit closer, this one and this one, but that's the way it works. So if I put 2 hours of trading, it will show any pattern within that time, right? Regardless of time frame, because it doesn't matter about time frame, right? You got to think that so this is a 2-minute chart. Let's find like a super clean one so we can look at. We're going back in time here. What was it? DBA was a pretty clean one, right? So they're not candlestick patterns. So the candlestick doesn't matter. So this is it on a 2-minute chart, right? You can see shoulder, head, shoulder. And then if I zoom this into a 15-minute one, you can see shoulder, head, shoulder, right? If I go to a 30-minute one, right, you still see shoulder, head, and shoulder. If I was looking on daily, I would leave the value at 0. So no, daily you would, again, how many days do you want that pattern to occur, right? If you want it over 10 days, right, that's going to be 650 hours, right? Did I do that right? Because it's in how many trading hours during the day, right? So you would just make it bigger if you wanted because technically speaking, if you go out to the daily chart, right, you can kind of see, right? Because the head and shoulders in the daily chart, we've got a shoulder here and a shoulder there and a head there. So it's just, again, all time frame dependent. So it's not, and by time frame, I guess I don't mean candlestick time. I mean, how long do you want the pattern to exist for? Right? Do you want it on over a month or a week or a day or an hour or 10 minutes is going to be the determination there. If you zoom in and instead of 10 hours, you make it half an hour. Again, candlestick, you'll have to zoom in to see it, but do 1 minute, right? So this is going to be shoulder, head, shoulder, and then it alerts on the breakdown. Right? So again, length of time from the beginning of the pattern to the end of the pattern, and then just forget about, candlestick values. Because just think about it this way. You could do this with a line chart, right? You could find a head and shoulder pattern. In fact, I would say for a lot of pattern recognition, stuff like that, a very short-term moving average on the chart helps out people. If you're still trying to train your eye to identify a pattern, right, you grab a really short-term moving average, and it's sometimes easier to see. Like I just put on a 2 period. It becomes easier to see the overall pattern. But again, I got no problem with indicators as long as people understand what they are, which is a crutch to train your eye for price action. And then after that, it's time to get off that crutch and actually train your eye for price action. Right? The SAR, again, for an example, it's like a moving average, and when the pattern turns, then you get out, right? Right. So for me, again, I'm just what's the trend? Where's the support and resistance points? I'll take those plays from there, right? So CF, for example, I'm watching this one closely just because we had this prior high here. Right? When the market was tanking, this thing wasn't really selling as bad at all. And now it's kind of breaking this downtrend a little bit. So if we kind of close up in the 70s, I think I'll probably buy some CF. And we may have the second week in a row, maybe, this one's getting close, but we may have the second week in a row where we've had no alerts from the TI strength. That's pinned, right? Yeah. Because last week we had no triggers from TI strength, and this week we may not get that either, depending on. Still got some time, I guess, but a lot of these are beaten up pretty bad. What's this? So if you guys don't know about this is a relative strength algorithm that I created. You can sign up for just the email if you're interested, and it's $17 a month. Or if you've got the full version, you get access to obviously the charts and all of that. You get the symbols right down here. You actually get the algorithm that's updating live in real time right here. And then you actually get the email as well, just built into the system, right? So I put, and I just do a little commentary on the market to start with, right? So I just said, and I'm going to pat myself in the back here in a second. I said, right, it's an ugly week for sure. I've marked the area where 420 has been seen as support. And then if we go into just a little pat on the back there, again, no indicators needed. Low was 420.76 yesterday. So that 420 held for now. We don't know what's going to happen next, but that was definitely a good place to slam in an order. And then I just talked about, right, thankful that none of the TI strength stuff last week triggered. So anyone who was trading TI strength didn't get caught up in that mess. And then you get these symbols and entry points and exit points. So actually, I guess PDCE, I've got to check my account. So that would have triggered today. So we did have one in PDCE. And then General Mills. It's funny how, again, no human being is involved in picking these symbols. It's the top 5 ranked. Now, I guess we do some stuff to make sure it's not like a buyout stock, or it doesn't have earnings in the next week, or if all of the TI strength stuff was in like oil, we wouldn't take all of them. We would just take the top ones. But it's all picked algorithmically, and the stuff that it picked, I thought was very, very telling to the market that we're in. So it picked Pepsi and it picked General Mills, right? These are like the most, straight down the middle, boring growth names or value names that you could typically get. Sorry, just shaking up my smoothie there. Which is, again, very indicative of kind of what we're seeing in this market, which is, if you're in growth names, you're just getting destroyed. And if you're in these value names, you've been doing great. A good way to show that, something I've shown a few times, is you take the Oracle of Omaha, and you put them up against ARKK. Right, and you can just see, zoom out where we wrote that, the same one. Right, so someone had a question about identifying trend. ARK is definitely in a downtrend, and Burke is definitely an uptrend. So I'm actually interested in maybe just taking a shot right on Berkshire Hathaway right here with this double bottoming tail. But that's an easy way to identify a trend. So if you've been in any of Kathy's names for a year and a bit, you've just been getting crushed. And if you've been in any kind of the Buffett names, you've been doing great. And then after that turmoil last week, it was interesting that we were in energy, and then these consumer staple names, Pepsi, another energy name, and PDCE is something with energy too, right? Yeah, 3 energy names and 2 staple names. So then if you go and you look at XLE, which is our energy ETF, you start to see why the algorithm is thinking that these are strong. Right? It's without a doubt, energy's been a monster for the last year. And then consumer staples, same kind of thing, right? And consumer staples, again, I talk about these indices, and I know some people don't follow these things, but consumer staples essentially just mean, do you need it, right? Is it something that, regardless of what happens to the market, you'll buy? So General Mills, right? Even you might say more so if the economy is going to hell, people are going to buy cereal, if the economy is amazing, maybe they're going to be, buying Beyond Meat or something like that. And then energy is just that. The only thing to note about energy is that you're generally, when you're talking about the XLE and energy, you're talking like dirty, gross, old energy. You're not talking, new, right? Fancy energy, right? Why is that? Why did you turn purple? Just trying to soften the lights in here a little bit. My apologies. Oh, yeah. What a world. Just controlling my lights here from my computer. Make everything a little more orange. There, easier on the eyes. Is there a way to set alerts with Tradia's news? Not with news, no. We're not. We have a news scrubber, and we're not big on news around here, just because volume always, in 100% of the times that I could find in my testing, volume supersedes news. So you get the volume spike first, and then you get the news coming out. Part of the reason why, right? A lot of people will go conspiratorial. But it's just that that the giant hedge funds out there have AIs that are reading news and interpreting that news quicker than any human being ever could, right? It's just, that's a game that sadly I used to play in my prop games, but it's dead now. But you can set volume alerts where you can look for large volume spikes. And then you can set price alerts. You can just right click on any chart and then click create price alert, and then just save that. And then you'll have a price alert popping out there, and it will tell you when it gets that price, but not news. We have it for, and one of the reasons that I use it is just more of a, all right, is this a buyout stock, or, what does this company actually do kind of thing. Right, not so much trying to, hey, what's going on with in the second news, right? Because it just doesn't. At least I have never met a trader who consistently does well just by trying to figure out the news faster than those AIs can. Which sucks. I used to have a squawk back in my old prop firm trading days, and it was basically just a squawk, right? It was just a guy who, that's what he did. He just read the news to you all the time, and you could sometimes punch into a name before it go crazy and make a bunch of money off it. But like like anything, if it's a simple game, that there's all these hedge funds really, really working to try to build these machine learning. I think they're called NLP, if you want to look them up, AIs. Natural language processing is, I think, what NLP stands for. And they basically just taught them to read. And they taught them for keywords like buyout or bid or, right, earnings growth or, something like this. And they just said, here are the things, here are the phrases that are bullish. If you see any, combination of those, buy the stock. And here's the things that are bearish, and any combination of those, sell the stock. But the one thing they can't hide is when they're doing that, they're producing a lot of volume. So that's why, for me, one thing that I just watch throughout the day, if I'm looking for news events, is you can just make an alert window and just search for volume. And you see we've got these high relative volume and then the 1 minute high volume spike. I like this. And then you set that number for something gross, right? You set it for, like, I don't know, 100 or 1,000 or 10,000. Let's do 1,000. And then what you're going to see is just a bunch of stocks that are doing like, maybe that was too much. You're going to see stocks that are doing like many, many times more. Oh, that's because there's a bunch of other. So let's just do, there was a bunch of other filters in that. You're going to see stocks that are doing way more than their average 1 minute volume in this 1 minute. And then, right, combine that with whatever you want. So this SRSA, whatever. Again, I don't need to know the news. I just need to know that it's doing, what's that, 140,000% normal volume, which is a lot. And then you can hit the properties and don't repeat. There it is, don't repeat for a day. And then you'll only see that once. And then if you wanted to, you can set up sounds, right? You can have it, do text to speech or yell at you or do a beep or something. And then just as the day goes on, if something happens, I just guarantee you this, you're going to see it in the volume before you see it in the news. So the volume then may spur you to just Google the news or something like that. What do I watch for in inside days like today? Again, I'm a relative strength swing trader. So on days like today, I'm really not watching too much, but I want to find stocks that are outperforming the index, right? So I want to find stocks that are above yesterday's high as opposed to inside yesterday's high, which is an inside day. So this PDCE, I probably got triggered in. I have to look. I actually just, I closed down all my broker stuff when I chat with you guys. It's on another virtual machine somewhere. Just I don't want to show any personal stuff, but yeah, this PDCE, if I didn't get triggered, this is something that I'd be interested in if we hold up there into the close, because if you just think on a relative basis, this is another question I get a lot, is how to determine relative strength. Well, the easiest way is just, right, eyeball it. Moving averages may help or something if you're a newer trader, but the market kind of in a free fall over the last 10 days. This PDCE has been going up. So obviously relatively strong to the market for sure. And I like the fact that it's just kind of got this range sitting here. So if we can break and if we can close, if we zoom really in, this is why I like candlestick analysis way more than indicators, because it tells you the highest close recently was right. This candle was the highest close. And you can see every time we try to get above that, we either have a red bar, so that means, right, they close it lower, or we have these topping tails. So regardless of what's happening up here, every time they push it up, a seller's coming back in to slap it down. If this seller leaves, and I think the first sign of that would be a close above this area. One of the reasons I enter all my swing trades that I don't have just stop limits set out for, I enter them into the close. Because if we close above here, that will be the first time in this many days that we've closed above wherever this selling pressure. So that to me would be interesting. And the other thing I love about it is that I'm wrong probably down here. Worst case, if you want to give it some breathing room, if you break under these two lows, you're wrong. So again, the thing I like about it, the downside to this is you're not, the people who are trying to bottom fish growth stocks, if they hit it right, they're going to make way more money than me, but they're also going to live a way more stressful life while they do it. For me, it's just, I just rotate into what's strong at the time. I was in the Zooms and the Pelotons, the Netflix. I owned some GameStop, right, when it was stronger than everything else. And then when it stops, I moved out, right, took my money and left. And same with this, right? Energy strong for now, but if it's not later, that's fine. Uh, but the things I really like about it is that if you're trading relative strength, you're trading with the trend. And that all instantly makes your life easier because instead of fighting the institutions, you're trading with them, right? The thing is with an institution, you got to remember, and I worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years. That's why I can speak with authority of, right, there is no magic indicator, stop looking, right? Because these big hedge fund guys, they're still only right half the time, if that. And they take ages to get into and out of positions, like weeks to months, depending on the size of the fund. So that's what kind of creates trends. If, you know, uh, someone likes Peloton when it was going up, it's that's what's pushing it up, is that the institutions are flowing into it. The reason it's had this relentless downfall is because it got to the point where all of these hedge funds made a bunch of money and they're selling out. So regardless of how much retail bottom fishing there is in there, the things are just going to sell. So by sticking with stuff in trends, you're just making your life easier, right? Again, you're not getting the bottom and then trying to sell at the top of something, but we don't need that. We need the nice, give me 5 to 10% on a swing trade, and I'll roll um, that capital into the next swing trade, and through compounding growth is where you kind of get the push on it. So that's one thing that's amazing. The second thing is that if you're buying stuff on the way down, you have to. It's really hard to determine where you're wrong, and that, especially for new traders, can get really really hard. And the one thing I always say is that the best traders in the world, the real ones, not the guys who are saying, "Oh, I turned $10,000 into $1 million in a year," and blah blah blah. But like the real traders, they're right like 60-70% of the time, and then like 70% would be a huge stretch. But it's risk management that saves them, right? They're always going after making sure that their risk management's on point. So by trading in trend, I know that, absolute worst case scenario, if this thing breaks trend and makes a new low, then I'm out. So I'm risking this and I'm hoping to make, double that. And then lastly, again, you're just going where the money is going in by finding the stuff that's relatively strong. When the market is selling off here the way it was, what I was just doing is making lists using trade ideas of stuff that doesn't uh, stuff that doesn't what are they not selling is basically the question I was asking the market. Let me find out because everybody's selling everything, but what are they not selling? What are they not going after? Because if they're not selling that stuff, then when the market rebounds, those things are going to rebound much better, right? So, like Peloton, what are my thoughts on Peloton? It's an awful, broken crap of a company. And you got to know that everybody who bought, and we actually have a tool for that under drawing tools and anchored VWAP right here. So basically this line that's above is the average weighted, or the average volume weighted price of all of the people who bought since this high. And they're still killed. They're down, like, basically saying if you average down into Peloton every day since the high, you're still down 50% in your trade. And all of those people are now overhead supply, right? If Peloton bounces and they finally get some money back, they're going to be selling. So again, it's just, you've got overhead supply with overhead supply with overhead supply, and you've got kind of everybody in the world just hurting and saying, get me out of this company. So you've got tons of sellers overhead, and then where are the buyers coming from, right? Who's looking at this chart or looking at this company and saying, this is what I want to get in right now? Now, is it probably going to have some short covering bounces? For sure. So again, trading with the trend, finding stuff that's closer to its highs is going to make your life way easier than finding stuff closer to your lows. Where does someone traditionally pull a trigger and stop on inside day? Most people don't trade inside days, swing traders. Like, why would I, I'm going to wait for it to do something. But again, that should just be based on your trading plan, where you put your trigger and stop. For me, I'm not buying a stock when it's making an inside day. I want to see it do something, right? Again, I think part of the problem with a lot of traders is they're always looking to invent something. But the problem with that way of thinking is it just the fundamental what makes a stock go up, right? And it's just that there's a whole bunch of people buying it. So you don't have to invent anything. You don't have to be the first one to think of anything. You just have to be buying the same stuff that everyone else is buying, right? The whole go against the herd thing with trading just doesn't work. You want to go with the herd because the herd's pushing the price. So if it's inside day, it just means they're not pushing the price in any direction. Now, you can use inside days to say, okay, well, again, as we talked about, this stuff's fractal, right? So if you take this inside day and you zoom into like a 15-minute chart, right, what you're seeing is just like a triangle, like a tightening of trading action, right? And that's, again, demystifying price patterns for you as well, because they're all just fractal. An inside day on a daily chart is just a triangle on an intraday chart, right? If you have two inside days on a daily chart, then you've got just a nice symmetrical triangle on the intraday chart. So you could use it as saying, okay, we're getting tight here, but for me, I want to see a break of a new high or a break of a new low. So this question, usually wait to see something trigger an entry on the close of the day. For me, yes. The Charles Dow always talked about, who was, kind of the grandfather of technical analysis, that the closing price is the most important price. And there's another trader saying out there that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. And it basically just means that most giant hedge funds and these type of things, they're not buying the opening print because spreads are wide and volumes light. And that's why, as day traders, we love the opening, because you get these wild swings because it's just a bunch of amateurs trying to get where the market goes. But then you get kind of usually tightening, and at the end of the day, you get better and more stable prices. And that's where these institutions will usually get involved more. So, right, that's the whole pros close it thing. And again, yeah, for me, I want to see a candle complete. There's so many people who trade candlestick patterns, but they don't wait for the candle to close, which is just a huge no-no. But it's going to depend, right? If I have a clear area and I just want to see it broken, I'll take it there. But for something like PDCE, it's been up here 1, 2, 3. It's been up here like 5 times over the past month, and then every day it closes lower, right? It spikes up and then it closes lower. So for me, what invalidates this resistance is not a break of it, because it's done that a bunch and it doesn't work, but it's a close above. It's like, okay, they've finally been able to win that battle. And again, all of this is just to get that 60%, 55% win rate. And then where the real power comes is if I'm wrong on PDCE, I'll be out insanely quickly. And if I'm right on it, I'll hold it for a long period of time. So like one example I give from the TI strength alerts a long time ago was Equifax. Right? I bought here and my stop, so my entry was here and my stop loss was there. So you can see how tight that is. And then I got out of the final bit of my position, I think around here. Right? So risking this tiny bit, I can't even draw an arrow to make that. And then you don't have to be right all the time. Right? And that kind of makes trading and life a hell of a lot easier. All right, so we got another 5 minutes for questions before Barry comes and takes it back. So Ask questions, please. Cool little chats. I always just find them ranting. I don't know how assholeage it sounds, but I think there's a lot of things that uh, if I could yell at a younger me, I could be retired by now. And like the indicator talk and the needing of a trading plan talk and all of that, you guys wouldn't. I would love to have all the time I spent back playing with MACDs and SARs and RSIs and Bollinger Bands and Ichimoku and blah, 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 blah. I spent years going down that perfect indicator mashup that will make me money. Years. And now I use them for what they are. They're just tools, right? There's no magic. None of them will make you rich, right? It's just the market's too efficient for those. So you ever go to 24 hours, you'd use your closing price as a trade off of. Yeah, but I would just adapt. I trade crypto, right? And that's the same thing. The one thing that you got to understand with trading is you have to adapt, right? Like again, when I started trading, feel like an old man now. But when I started trading, there was actual people on the floor called market makers that wore stupid jackets and would fill orders. Right? There was no HFTs. There was no news reading AIs. There was none of this. I used to trade not even with charts. I used to trade solely off the level 2. Because back in the day, if somebody put out a big bid, that was a big bid. And if someone put out a big offer, it was a big offer. Nowadays, with dark pools and iceberg orders, nobody trading any size with any amount of intelligence is putting their orders out there for everyone to see. So that game disappeared, right? The computerization of the market. You can look it up, Reg NMS. That changed the markets. Right now you're seeing a lot of pre-market and post-market activity that didn't exist when I started trading. Everything always changes. The people who do well in the market understand that the only constant is change, and they have to keep nimble and adapting. And the people who do poorly are the people who want to find the answer, the one answer, and go from there. I recall when the Bloomberg was a physical machine. Yeah, I had the same thing. That Bloomberg, it had giant ass keyboard, right? That was, yeah, and all the colorful, and yeah, that I had the same thing, right? It's just the only constants change. So yeah, there'll be 24-hour market at some point. I'll have to adapt. I'll probably just ignore the close or find out whatever people think the universal close is, which in crypto is usually UTC, universal something time. So you just adapt, you move on. Right? You understand that everything you're ever going to do is going to have a 50 to 60% win rate, and risk management's everything. And then you understand that, right, okay, I've got to adapt as markets change. And then I just need to make sure that, I'm risking a small amount to make a large amount, and eventually it'll all kind of work out. Do I believe in market manipulation? Depends what you mean. Like the real crazy tinfoil hat, the market makers looking at where your orders are and trading against them. The market maker doesn't care about our orders. Now, if you're putting your order in an obvious spot where there's going to be another 100,000 people also putting their order, then yeah, predatory hedge funds are going to run those stops. That's as old as time. But I put out 100 shares and the market maker knows where my order is and they're going to push it down. They don't. It's not worth their time, right? It's just not. And then I don't think you can manipulate the market for long. Sometimes maybe big orders kind of push it around, that kind of stuff. But Extreme Ownership, I think, is a great book to read as a trader. Jacko Willink, just a badass that guy is. I don't believe in manipulation is there's someone who's controlling all the prices. It's just not the way it works. But some tomfoolery certainly is going on. But I will type back to Barry. See if he's good to go. I appreciate the compliment. And Barry's back. So we're going to switch back. As I always say, if something hiccups and your stream cuts out or whatever, simply refresh and someone will be back hanging out with you. It's cool hanging out. I love chatting. And I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, I took some off. I took some off just underneath 2050. Right, it got up to 2048. I took some off. Volume is coming in though. I mean, I don't know where it's going. And this is what I'm talking about. So there was the alert, 11:10, 20:02, 20:46 now. And the other one, I mean, CKPT hasn't moved yet. And this is the one that just before I was taking my break, I was suggesting, take a look at it on the short side. I know the AI went long. It doesn't matter. AI is not infallible. And the CKPT, this is one of those ones that when I used to have the basic new highs and lows here instead of the 10-day daily breakouts, we used to see a lot of these at the beginning of the day rip. These smaller ones, they used to rip and then they'd fall and then they'd base for a long time, and then maybe, I don't know, 1:30, 2 o'clock, not all of them of course, but all of a sudden the interest comes back in. And you can see, and so I would always be setting an alert a little bit above where it looked like it was basing. I get the price alert. If it pops through that price on volume, then you take the trade. Okay, I'm not, that's not, I'm just saying that would be the theory behind it. Again, I'm not trying to tell anybody to take anything, but we used to see a lot of those though. Not so much. Better if it happened during market hours. So imagine if CKPT did this when the market opened, and it moved higher, and then it dropped, and then it based, and sat there for 2-3 hours, and then all of a sudden interest comes back in on volume. Yeah, I don't know about a re-entry on that one. I'm not good on re-entries, and pullbacks. So I mean, I'm looking. If I looked at a chart right now, maybe would have to pull back to about 2015 or so. So I don't know. I'm not good at that though. This is a sneaky one. I saw this one a lot earlier. It's very, very ugly looking on a 2-minute chart. Very spotty and dotty. Not very much volume. It's an earnings play. AUB. Now UMC is an earnings play. And on the way down here, through the 200-day moving average, just one moment, please. Yeah, I am talking Purple Night. Not all the time. This is not the radio, but yes, I am talking now. So if you can't hear me, you can't hear me. All right, what is happening now on my thumbnail charts? Yeah, the GME is just, Pets is an earnings play. Big red candle on, yeah, big red candle on Pets. Pets is an earnings play. Big red candle on the 15. Look at it on the 2 and the 5s. Which makes sense, of course. And what's the market doing? So all I can do is look at the numbers. Unfortunately, the stupid SPY chart, because of that big bottoming tail, is way out of skew. So I can't really see what's going on. Unless yeah, I'd have to have a giant chart to kind of. Yeah, but you know what? It's really done nothing. Nothing all day. I mean, really range bound. Yeah, Pets went from being right near the high of the day and then in an instant all the way down here. Okay, CAPR is on the move for some reason. CAPR. There's some volume coming in. You can see it right there, 10-day daily breakout. But it's a low float, 23 million in the float. Don't see any specific reason. Actually, there was at 1106. Okay, so there was some news at 1106 that I can see. There might have been, it might have been earlier, but this is the news I see for it. Really didn't do anything. A little pop right around here, but maybe now the news is starting to catch up. Yeah, and it's shortable for me too. Interactive brokers wouldn't do it now, of course, but it was coming into, you can just kind of see right around here, some resistance right in this area here. It popped a little bit above it, not much though. And it showed up, yes. That's the first one for me that showed up in your topping tail scan. Very different day from yesterday. And the reason being is that, the SPY, there are not any like wild gyrations right now. So, stocks are not making new highs or new lows. They're kind of stuck in the middle. I'm not saying there are none. Of course there are some, but what I'm looking at, my scans, not too many. Now, can Mdrx get through the 50-cent level? Poor ding dong. DDL, another all-time low. DDL, can't short it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Ooh, this is ugly. EQRX just showed up on your bottoming bounce play. Almost an all-time low. I didn't get the EQRX. I was looking for a little quick scalp on it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. EQRX. Ha! Yeah, this is one a lot of guys at Trade Ideas were looking at. Not me, but there's some volume coming in. Good volume. Big, huge, massive float for a $1 stock. Third of a billion in the float. But great move. Great move. 36%. I'm assuming you meant my alert is not costing me anything. Just trying to read that comment you made about PCAR to Mookie. That's what I thought. Well, this is a stagnant market. Right now, stagnant. All right, little bank guys. This one is just starting to break out a little bit. Hope, okay? A lot of resistance out in this area, but it's just breaking out a little bit. Not huge volume, but it's 3 times normal. What's the spread like? Actually, not bad. 3 cents. What the heck? I don't often do anything like this, but there's a red bar ignored, so I'm in this one. This is the hope. $17.35 is my entry, so we'll see what happens. And the only reason I'm doing it, it's an earnings play, and it's just kind of sneaky. And there's a red bar ignored there, but again, this is not recommendation. I'm long. Not a recommendation. You know, I just feel like doing it. Looks like it's right there now, 1738. But listen, you got to do what you have to do. I'm just showing you. This is an earnings play, okay, guys? One of the now that we're getting more and more into earnings season, okay? So I'm just glancing at these. All right, and this earnings play is up, earnings play is down. 2 of the scans I'm sharing on my homepage. So I'm just starting to glance at these earnings plays that aren't necessarily dynamic, but sometimes, you know, they just kind of inch their ways up. I have no idea if this is going to do it, but yeah, so this is sorted on the position in the day's range. So you can just see that this is almost, there might be, if I expanded this, there might be just a glimmer of white there, but it's basically at the high. That's why I knew it was, even if it wasn't the absolute high of the day, I knew it was very close to the high of the day when I looked at it. You know, as opposed to AUB, which, you know, there's still some white here, white, you know, so it's not at the high of the day. And on the downside, there's UMC, so you can see it's not quite at the low of the day. That's why these, the position in the day's range, visually, I like presenting it like that. For me, anyway. Just I can very quickly, at a glance, kind of see where it is. So got some of this Mdrx, just waiting to see if I can take out that 50 level. I'll put an alert at the high and see if it takes that out. Well, you know, the market is really snoozing. You would think that the FOMC is today at 2 o'clock, the way the market is, but, you know, it's going to be, it'll be an interesting one tomorrow, I think. Ah, yeah, I missed my entry on this one. That's was a nice one off that bounce scan, Zach. I don't know if you took it. That was your EQRX. And no market help. Didn't, you know, it's not like the market helped this. It just did it. Baba, if you want us to see the stock, put the symbol in caps. It makes it a lot easier to differentiate it. Okay, there's you're talking about Prog, PROG. Little red bar ignored even on the 5-minute chart for PROG. Big float, 147 million. Big float for a basically a dollar stock, but it is moving. All right, Sweet Green. This was from yesterday too. I think in your top scan. I don't think it really dropped that much, but of course this is deceiving. You'd have to look at it. This is where it closed yesterday. It's not. Oh, that's right. I do. I'm sure I saw it yesterday in your scan, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. As I said before, I love the setups later on in the day. Just can't short it. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some thumbnail chart. AMC actually is AMC is having a bit of a bounce off 16, curling up, doing something like this. No volume though, not a lot of volume coming in. I don't expect much out of Hope. I'm not hoping. I mean, I'm hoping, but I'm not. I don't expect much out of it. But it's just one of those. I've seen this time and again. These sleepy little ones, and then I look at the end of the day and think, man, I wish I'd taken this. It would have been just, you know, just a sleepy little trade, you know, because of earnings. I mean, it's 3 times normal, so I mean, there is that. Hey, listen, by the end of the day, I'm sure it'll be a million shares, but just kind of a sleepy little one. All right, I see a little green bar here in the SPY. Yeah, I can see the Dow now. Last time I looked, it was down about 300 and something, so now it's only down 2. I see the last time I looked, SPY, I know at one point it was down about 90, so now we're down 64. My homepage, Debbie, so I'll just give it to you. So just go to the scan section and all the ones I'm sharing are there. And again, you know, the earnings plays up and down will become more relevant in the next 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks during the period. So for the next 3 to 4 weeks, this little earnings plays up and earnings play down will become a lot more relevant, in my opinion. Yeah, $1 million question. The SPY is moving, but will it hold? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you have another one of those days like yesterday where everything closes positive. Wouldn't that be something? Getting closer to your 37, 38 target? Okay, it's in the scan section, Daddy. So if you click on my, so when you click on the link, right here, my scans, links right here, scans. My homepage, right? Not Trade Ideas homepage. I mean, it says scans, and here they are. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. And IVZ is an earnings play. Did it go positive yet? No, it still hasn't gone positive. Let's see, pets, did it recover at all? Yeah, look at that. I mean, all the way down and now it just recovered. Big bottoming tail here in the 15 for whatever reason. Sellers just piled in. Not huge volume that came in. It is an earnings play. So today being Tuesday at 2 o'clock, there is a marketing meeting for me. That's about half an hour from now. Man, I haven't had a new alert for quite a while. CKPT, maybe. I mean, I've got it. Been talking about this one. You know, maybe it's breaking out. Maybe I like to see more volume, but there is some volume there, and there's some volume there. Not seeing it yet in the 15. Of course, it's going to take a while. This just started, but a little bit of a breakout. Don't look now, but FGI is starting to curl up a little bit here. This is this crazy little IPO of today. Yeah, ERX. So this, I'm just getting some alerts for ERX, ERX. Oh, this is the energy bull 2 times. Okay. So energy, yeah, I bet you virtually every energy stock is probably up for the day now. And look at Hal. Hal just made a new high. Okay, guys, energy's moving again. I'm just looking at Hal and I'm looking at ERX. Energy plays are moving again. And there's the CKPT. So it broke out. Now the volume's coming in. Volume is big on the 5. It was coming in on the 2. But now you can see it on the 15. CKPT. And of course, it has room. I mean, if you look at the pre-market high was around 310 or so, 309. But energy, energy, energy. Boy, what a nice move here for this ERX. Two-time ETF for energy. Nice call by Shady on that break. It was right around 250 or so. Now I don't know where it's going, but definitely, not a bad scalp. Wow, HAL just Look at this thing go. I mean, take a look on the monthly chart. The next high is looking left. So I guess the next high looking left is 32.30. That's on the monthly chart. So definitely Halliburton. I mean, it helped that it had earnings yesterday. Obviously, the earnings were okay. And then it helped that energy today, certainly. Yesterday, no, it wasn't. But today, energy, let's take a look. I'm pretty sure you're going to see almost 100%. When we look at the sectors, 100%. There we go. Look at tech. I mean, still, tech is not moving. Tech, communications. So everything else is kind of in the doldrums. But look at energy. But remember, when we saw this in the pre-market, virtually every one of them was down for the day. It was almost 100% down for the day when we looked in the pre-market. That's how things can turn. This hope is turning into, maybe it's going to be like one of the little sneaky good trade. Look at IMTE, guys, really giving it up now. IMTE, not shoot. I'm sure it was shortable a little earlier. IMTE though, really giving it up now. Wow. Well, you don't want to take a specific stock. I mean, this is the risky, but 2 times ETF for energy. Excuse me, ERX. Oh man, your scan is telling us to maybe take IMTE. Boy, really? Okay, I thought there might have been some this morning before the market opened. I may be wrong. Don't understand. Are you saying it was 400,000? Oh, yesterday. Okay, yesterday you're talking. Maybe well, not maybe you're right. You probably are right. I know at one point there were shorts for IMTE at Interactive Brokers. Guys, the Mdrx, if you're in this one, just wait for maybe this 50 break. This is beautiful, guys. I mean, get some volume, pop it through 50. Don't know if it's going to happen, of course, but Eagle Trader, I have no idea if Hal is going to bounce back in a week. No idea. I mean, it's all to do with energy right now. So, you know, I mean, it did have earnings yesterday. So the reaction to earnings was good regardless of anything. Now, of course, you know, with energy, the whole sector is moving higher. Now, if that stops, you know, Hal could probably fall, but I have no idea if that's going to happen. Wow, what a move, this ERX. Yeah, they've guided higher. Q4 they're guiding higher, and Lyric has put a 22 price target on them. I mean, I don't know if that'll happen, but it's not hurting. It's not hurting the stock, that's for sure. So that's what Zach is inferring. Red, so it's up 59 cents. So he's saying could go negative, as in red. Submit it, please. All right, guys, I am now back, and both of my stocks triggered just at that 50 cent level. Where is that one? ARRK. Man, it's got to be really beaten up after the last couple of days. Not as bad as I thought. The big rebound, you know, like the rest of the market. Look at that bottoming tail. Somebody mentioned Prague earlier. I see it's still moving higher, I think. PROG. Or it was anyway. All right, guys, 1:47, so in about 13 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Usually lasts maybe half an hour, maybe less. I have no doubts that IMTE will have a bounce somewhere. I just can't predict where. I mean, this is a tough one. Yesterday's low was 797. Or just trade energy stocks. ERX, wow. How's Schlumberger doing? SLB, not really running that much. Well, now it's moving. SLB now, guys. Energy play, SLB. It is starting to move. And DDL continues to move down. Wow. Dow is getting close. Remember, I think the Dow was down about 700 at one point today. Certainly, I think in the 600. So now it's only down 74. And the NAS, it's coming back a bit. SPY. Who knows? We may we may do it again, just like yesterday. Late day surge. We will see, William. We'll see if it happens. Is there a way to filter quality? Not 100%. I know what you mean by that. I do have one scan, the block trade. I know it has a quality filter or the quality column in there, but I'm not sure. I don't think there is. It's just telling you. It's just a number. I don't know. I honestly don't know, John. This is in the block trade scan, and that to have the quality column in the block trade scan, it's just showing you the number of shares at the block. I don't know about bid and ask. I really haven't even thought about it. Somehow I don't think so, but are you talking about the block trade? I mean, so it's true, the block trade, the description telling you, like, where would you use quality at bid and ask as an example? At any rate, I don't think so. There's no, there's no filter. I mean, if you do a search and just type in quality, nothing's going to come up. So my answer is no. Yeah, I don't read anything, Jay. I read nothing. There have been people calling the top for 3 years. I'm not saying this is not the top. Don't get me wrong, but now they're all patting themselves on the back. That's right. Yeah, I mean Eric moved, but I mean it was about a 20-cent move here. I mean I just couldn't. I know it's an earnings play. Somebody asked me about it earlier. I think in the pre-market, I just cannot get too excited about this. It just doesn't move enough for me. So that was a short-lived pop for the CKPT. It was a nice pop, but short-lived. Did not really no continuation. We're finding with these little ones, no continuation. I'm not saying every single one of them, but just in general, just no continuation. So guys, all I'm going to say is this. I mean, this is two scans I'm sharing. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down. Can be, some of them can be kind of sneaky good. It's a couple of scans I'm sharing, so you can go to my homepage and take a look at them. You can of course adjust the values. In other words, you can change the price range and all that if you want. Minimum volume, but we will start to see if we had looked at this. If we had looked at this, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, there might have been one in each. And now look, and we're really just getting started. The reason I do it this way is that because at a glance I want to see the ones that are up, and at a glance I want to see the ones that are down. It's exactly the same scan. It's just sorted differently. Well, DWAC guys, DWAC on the move again. I mean, this is on the move again. Little break out of this base here. And I can see three green candles now on the SPY. Well, we've got, yeah, look at SLB. I mean, SLB, ERX, Yandex. Let's take a look at Yandex. At the Russian search engine. You know what, guys? I have to brand hope, something way more than I expected. Way more. I've just taken some out. I was in at, say, 1735. I've just taken some out in the 1760 area. I just had a feeling about it, just one of those sneaky little ones. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on a little break here. Not a break so much. I just have to listen to the marketing meeting. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Very long meeting today. Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff talked about. So I'm back just in time to say that I'll be putting myself on mute in a couple of minutes, keeping the room open till 3:30 as always. And before I shut down the room at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you do want to listen to Chris, who's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So let me just get my announcement in. All right, now, I wanted to say something before. Oh, listen, I mean, this is almost a facsimile of yesterday, William. They rarely do it 2 days in a row. Now, we still have an hour left in the market, but the Dow's gone big positive. Nas is still down. The SPY is basically flat. Let's see what they do. This is amazing. 2 days in a row. The same sort of action. It's hard to see on the SPY chart because of that bottoming tail that happened, but you can just see that move right there. So are there any questions? It is now 3. Again, I'll hang around on the mic if there are some questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to put my homepage link. Where do you think it is? How's that? Where do you think the next resistance for HAL is? Because you know what I do. So where do you think it is? All I do, I don't do anything magical. I just look left. Okay, so if I look left, and I look left on a weekly chart, I don't see anything. Of course, you don't see anything on the daily chart. And so you look left on a monthly chart, and what do we see? 3271, 3148. So, and again, I don't know if that's resistance. I'm not going to say it's resistance, but those are the next highs looking left. So there you go. So again, one last look at my homepage though. My homepage, lots of information. I'm not going to go over everything, but obviously if you want to take out a subscription right here, save my link and you can have access to all the scans I've got and all the education that Trade Ideas provides, not only just for trade ideas stuff, but also all the way down here. If you're new to trading, a great little series, all right? Watch the videos. A great little series, and it's all free. What is a stock? Can't get too much more basic than that. So save my link, then you have access to all of that. See, there you go. You're telling me that's all I had to do? All right. Right click. The remove bar option. I didn't even know we had a remove bar option. Where is our remove bar option? Now, maybe that's in another charting program, but I don't see it in ours. Unless I'm not seeing it. Right click. I think it would have to be in the properties, so. Sometimes that happens in the pre-market, and then that's easy to get rid of because then you just say, okay, don't show me pre-market. But this happened to happen, what time was it? and 9:45. Oh, an IB. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I figured there'd probably be something in more. I hate to call our charting program unofficial, but yeah, the more feature rich charting programs. So I'm all out of the Mdrx. I still have a little piece of this hope left. I'm going to see if we can just kind of ride the let's see the highs of the day. It takes out the highs of the day and maybe ride into a high right to 4 o'clock. We'll see. It turned out to be a pretty nice little trade, guys. And look at pets. Remember the nonsense that happened with pets right here? Now it's right back up. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I'll put myself on mute.
looks like Barry has sent over control to me. Video looks good. Test the audio. All right, audio is good too. So, all right, everybody. Happy, I guess we'll call it a turnaround Tuesday, even though we're down 1% on the SPY. um, Been an inside day, I think much to be expected, especially given the range of yesterday. Kind of easy to be an inside day today, and all eyes on Mr. J. Powell and the Fed. And anyways, that's that. But alpha to be had everywhere. Barry needs a nap, I think. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning my time every day and start my day, and by 5 o'clock in the afternoon I'm shot. So I'm not talking all day. I'm mostly typing all day. So I don't know how he does it. The guy is unbelievable. Lucky to work with someone like him, that's for sure. So with all that said, 3:30 Eastern, it's Trade Ideas Live Q&A. It's an open forum. If you have not done this before with me, what do I mean by open forum? What I mean is that I do not come with any pre-done content. I like it when the community here drives the content with their questions, their comments, their concerns. Go over anything from scanning to charts, compare count windows, the AI, anything TI related. And while no one has all of the software down inside and out, I have a pretty good handle on it. But if there is something I cannot answer, we will get you an email generated, and mine's greater than mine will come to the rescue for us. So with that said, any questions, please fire those away for me, all right? Of course, while I don't have anything pre-done for content, I'm certainly happy to entertain you, go through some charts, some thoughts on the market, overall sectors, ETFs, so on and so forth. I kind of have, I guess, a makeshift routine in place for when you guys are giving me the silent treatment. So, with all that said, fire away, please. Sound is very low. I haven't changed anything. My mic is all the way up. All right, I moved the mic a little closer. That's everything I can do on my end here. Does gold trade down during election years? I have no idea. But we could always, let's do this. Let's go time frame. Let's go monthly. And let's get GLD. So Mitchell, I moved it. I moved the mic as close to my mouth as I can get. Hopefully you guys don't hear a whole bunch of smacking lips. I don't have a top flight mic like someone like Michael Noss does. So, all right, we're on a monthly chart, and let's look here. So 2012 is an election year. So here's gold in 2012. Basically went nowhere. Gold opened the year here and closed the year there. And then we fast forward to 2016. Gold opens the year here and closes the year there. All right, and let's move to 2020. And gold opens the year there and closes the year there. So basically, no, not in the 4-year election cycle. The 2-year election cycle might be different, but I think that's a good enough snapshot of data, and that's your GLD Spider Trust. So no, I'm going with no, considering all that. Unfortunately, our charts aren't going to go farther back than that, but that's a snapshot of data for, 3 election cycles anyways. And let's see, thoughts on Piton now that it's had a couple days side chop since the news. My view overall on Piton as a stock is Apple should buy them. That's my view. They don't have a sustainable business at this point, unfortunately. Long term, anyways. And people try to make the reoccurring revenue from subscriptions and things like that as an argument. But I'll counter to how many people do you know in your life that have bought exercise equipment, used it for a year, maybe even 2 whole years, and then stopped? And nobody's going to continue to pay for something they're not using like that. And while yes, there are many people that have subscriptions that they don't pay attention to and all those things like that. As far as this chart goes, hold on, you guys. It's better if I blow the screen up. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that at the beginning here. Let me blow my screen up a little bit and see if that gives you a better visual. Give it a second to adjust to the new resolution. And I'm sure you can hear in the background the theme of the day, my daughter practicing viola. All right, there we go. So looking at this here, you've just got a really bad falling knife in this channel, essentially, this whole way down. You even break the channel real fast before coming back down. And then the floor drops out, and we start this new channel right here. And it even breaks the channel here, very similar to what we saw up here in this pattern, moving down in that channel with this sideways chop. What I think this stock will be for a while is a trader. And what do I mean by a trader? It's going to be a day trading vehicle. You're going to see wild swings. I mean, look at these wild swings from down to 26 and change, up over $30 here in a very short period of time during the day. So that's what you're going to have. I think you're going to want to follow, whatever momentum averages you like as an intraday trader, if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to swing trade this, there's not really much I can say for swing trading this. The chart says on the daily lower. The trend is your friend till it's not. All those things like that. So, the bottom line is, I'm taking my CMT designation. And so, I'm kind of seeing a lot of things that I'm going over in this now, in every chart that I look at, and it's giving me more of a long-term picture on this. And the bottom line is, one of the biggest things, especially with Dow theories, you're looking for confirmation. And all the confirmation that we have here when it comes to volume confirmation is to the lower side. Every single time there's big volume spikes, they're always outnumbering to the lower side, to the sell side. All right, much heavier sell volume than this one buy volume. And those buy volumes, I think, are overdone reactions to bounce it to the upside. And you can just see through this whole time, all that volume non-stop. That sell volume is much heavier. The only contrarian thing that I could say is you have this RSI divergence going on right there, where the RSI is higher as we continue to push on the lows, and so you might have some kind of short-term relief that it's overdone, but the overall trend is down. So that's my 2 cents in it all. Sorry, a message coming in. I just got to respond to, and I see the questions coming in, so I'll hit that. So stock trades lower than the previous day's close. Does it usually open lower? I don't think there's any correlation with that. as far as how it trades and what it'll do the next day exactly. It's independent to each stock. There's no kind of general synopsis on that there, Doodle. I would just say that each kind of act, according to that specific chart. Sometimes you just have things that are overdone. That's all there is to it. They're way overdone, and you just see a relief bounce, especially when something's so heavily shorted. Like I'm sure Peloton is at this point so heavily shorted. As those shorts really put into the money, they're going to cover, which is going to bring the stock price back up as they cover, and then you'll have people buying at the same time, driving that price higher. But what you'll find a lot of times is those people that were short from up higher as they cover, as that buying comes back in, they'll take new short positions at those higher amounts. So what do I mean by that? We can show that as an example on the chart, all right? Now let's zoom in here, all right? And let's just say, someone had been short here, all right? And they carried it short all through this, and they covered somewhere in here, and then you get a relief rally here for a couple days, and now they're going to buy back or sell back short again into this here, and then they get this big dip, and they're going to cover somewhere in this dip, and as they cover, this will push back higher along with anybody else that wants to find part of that relief. And so that's where you see this kind of lower highs and higher or lower lows that go on, and it's almost a dance between the short sellers and their covers and the relief buyers, the relief rally buyers. And those relief rally buyers, you better believe, are with hair trigger orders saying, all right, I bought it on this dip on a relief rally, but you better believe the second the winds turn out of my favor again, I'll be back out of it. So again, you'll have anybody that was the buyer here selling up here again, with the shorts possibly and most likely in this scenario here, as we can look back on the chart, the shorts coming back in to push it down again. Then of course you have that news, and that's just icing on the cake for those short sellers to continue to really pound it home. And again, they can cover here, and now they put the money in the bank on that, and then they can open a new trade with that money in the bank already on a new position, and protected, that they've continued to squash those profits into what they're doing as they continue to short and cover. Can we trade aftermarket close using simulated trading? Anna, it's not, you can't do a replay on the market. You can use the simulator aftermarket, but you have to go in with limit orders, and you're going to have to go in probably at whatever last price was, just because the way liquidity works in the post-market or pre-market, that you can't go in with a market order to get a fill. So, there's market mechanics that are at play. So the short answer is yes, you can, but don't expect it to work as well as you would during regular market hours, because the liquidity isn't there. I would throw out to you, now I've never used it even though I have IB. I know that they have a pretty decent paper trader, and Stephanie that I work with, recommends it very highly to people that are really trying to hone in live trading with IB and simulation through that. So you might check with IB how well their simulator works in the after hours, and you can link that with our Brokerage Plus. So what do I mean by that is, let me bring over Brokerage Plus monitor. So Brokerage Plus is just an interface. Now our simulator is embedded in it, but just by opening up Brokerage Plus doesn't mean you connect to our simulator. And just by opening Brokerage Plus doesn't mean that you open your IB account or your E-Trade account, because we can connect to all three of these things here. But what you can do is, when you go to connect to Interactive Brokers, you have the option between, are you connecting through their API, the live trading or the simulated trading with them, or the paper trading. And you could connect to their paper trader and then trade through Brokerage Plus and their paper trader. And I think they'll be able to maybe simulate a little better than we can in those outside regular market hours. I haven't tested it, but kind of my thinking and logic behind all that, it would be along those lines for you there. And then Peter, if someone with the Wall Street Journal last night said yesterday happened because of oversold. Yeah, that's very typical. And then look, the bottom line is this here. If we pull up a SPY chart, we zoom out on this daily here. We have not seen something like this kind of move since here. It's been it's been 2 years basically since we've seen a move like this, okay? This is the closest that we had to it, and that was after a big run up that was here. We've now had this big run up, and that's that was, I think that might have been a 5% pullback at best. And again, Chicken Little, the sky was falling. We have a correction, textbook correction right now. It could turn into a bear market down here very easily, all right? What people have to recognize is go back and look at long-term charts. Unfortunately, our charts aren't going to go back that far, but if you pull up your broker charts and you start going back 15, 20, 30, 40 years on these, what you're going to see is anytime we do get a real bear market, you'll see some of the most violent upswings in those bear markets, followed by some real grinding and pound you down moves to the downside. And that's where people really get tossed, is that they see this up move and they're like, all right, yeah, the selling's over, we're clear, we're going long, and they grab long here, and then the next day, boom, rug is pulled out from under them again. So just remember, anybody that's writing an article, anybody that's going on TV, anybody that's broadcasting anything, every single one of them, including myself, has an agenda somewhere. My agenda is obviously for more subscribers of Trade Ideas, but my agenda works twofold. We can get all the subscribers in the world, but if you all don't have success, you'll be canceling, and thus ends Trade Ideas. So with the Wall Street Journal, they don't care if you win, lose, or draw, because they're just selling newspapers and articles and clickbait. CNBC, the same thing. Bloomberg, the same thing. People have cable subscriptions. They're not going anywhere. They're not taking their cable subscriptions based on the stock market, but they know that people are interested in the stock market and will tune in their channel. And if they can give you, as I like to call it, fear porn or whatever it is, they know that they're going to drive their ratings like that, and that's the difference between someone like us and someone like them. So yesterday was, it was a big move yesterday. That's all there is to it. And today is an inside day for a few reasons. One, nobody wants to be short here, and a lot of people are hesitant to be long here. So now a game of chicken waits to see, where are we now? Who wants to be the leader on which side? Money was made on the short side yesterday, and in the close, was it covering that brought that back up? Was it buying? Was it a combination? There's no real way to know that, because BlackRock isn't coming out and telling you what they're really doing. Goldman Sachs isn't coming out and telling you what you're doing. Merrill Lynch isn't coming out. You name any big players, they're not going to come out and tell you what they did. Not honestly. The other big thing is the fact that we have another huge Fed meeting tomorrow, and all eyes are on Jerome Powell. Do they stay the course? Are they making 4 rate hikes this year? Are they going to blink? Are they going to taper? All those things like that. So all we can do is play our plan. So for example, my plan is to look at the areas that have been strong for me recently. A lot of that has been energy. All right, so that's where I continue to look, and you can see today, right here again on my short list of stocks that I've been watching: energy, 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 and energy. Out of all of those at the top of my list, only one is something with tech. That's some kind of software gaming design. All right, all energy though. All right, so and you go back and look through. So we play the strengths of the things that we're watching. Look at our sectors here. Energy, energy, energy. And then we have some precious metal plays in here too. All right, so this is why having both bigger term pictures and smaller term pictures matter. I've used Ivy Paper Trader. You can set up hotkeys, order buy, and ask and sell and bid very close to market orders. Yeah, so and like that's our RMCG. That's within their thing, and then you can connect that as well to the Brokerage Plus platform here as well, and then use this inside here if you want. This interface here in Brokerage Plus is about to change. I can't say exactly when. It could be by the end of this week. It could be by the end of next week. This is going to make a big change here. Some of it I like, some of it I don't like. You'll be able to put time stop orders in, that much clearer bracket orders, much clearer stop orders on the entries, target orders on the entries, so on and so forth. Those are all things that I like. It's going to change some of the order of operation on this, which is what I don't like. But life is met with compromises. With as many subscribers that we have to ask ourselves, why are more people not using this interface? and perhaps this order entry panel is the reason why. So we've gone ahead and revamped it to look a lot more like brokers. And then to tie it all back in there for you there, our MCG, we are going to also start to add hotkeys as well as all the buttons that are there. These things will come slowly but surely. And then one other thing I am going to tease about, I have seen earlier pre-market data today. I have seen it as a 4 a.m. start. We will, I am told, in the very, very, very near future, have 4 a.m. data both for scanning, 4 a.m. Eastern, both for scanning and for charts. And our charts will no longer stop at 6 p.m. Eastern on pre-market data. They will run right till 8 p.m. Eastern on pre-market data. We will have the full shot of market data, I am told, very, very, very soon. And I got to see a demo of it today. So some really, we are doing some stuff here that's pretty awesome right now. Our charts to follow shortly after that. They're in testing that we will have nearly tick by tick data. So I think some part of that is, I think they were looking at some stuff like that from DOS, some similar things like that. So we will have it all. A lot of big things are on the horizon early here in 2022. That's for sure. A lot of big things. So stay tuned. Get your popcorn ready. All right. With all that said, it's got a question about Microsoft. So let's pull up a chart of Microsoft. Earnings after hours. So that's going to be some big time stuff there. What's happening? We're selling into the close for, literally everything. Microsoft. So when we look at a long-term view of it, we had this beautiful climb, pull back with the market, beautiful climb, danced around with the market, sold off with the market. So, the market and Microsoft are kind of one right now. Same, I'll say, with Apple, Google. So take a look at an Apple chart. I'll bet it's almost exactly the same. Look at that. Look at that. Almost exactly the same. Earnings are a gamble. They can come out and say whatever they want. They can come out and say, we beat and did all these things and then guide terribly. They can come out and say we were in line and then guide terribly, or guide bullish, or however you want. So into the earnings is a gamble. So unless you have a plan built around those earnings, I steer clear of earnings completely. I do not hold through earnings. The few times I've ever held through earnings, I've gone both sides. Pull up a Microsoft again. Oops, sorry, I typed in wrong. MSFT. I think, as we move forward off of this, I would say these things here, we'll draw some lines, and then we can make some, I don't want to say guesses. I don't know what I just did there. Delete. Zoom in a little bit. All right, so we can draw some lines, and we can see, as I always mention, pivot lines or approximations are never an exact. We ran up to this price level and we hung around this price level before we took off, and we came back and we didn't exactly test that price level, but I would say this price level was in people's thoughts as we pulled back, those bigger money funds, bigger money managers, before we really shot out of the cannon here. We come back and tested it again, no surprise. So this is kind of a big line in the sand. Below here we're bearish, above here we're bullish. I wouldn't even say bullish above there. I would say then we're looking for consolidation to become bullish again. But the longer we hang around this line, the more bearish the tape starts to look for Microsoft. So that's where I would go with that. As far as kind of a bigger picture, again, the bigger the picture we want, the more we can zoom out. I mean, again, market and Microsoft are very similar in a lot of what they're doing. I would say that out of COVID, it didn't quite have the shoot up that it did. It did have a similar pullback at this point, I think, and then a lot of consolidation through here before starting to make these. I like to draw these boxes around consolidation, and we can notice that the boxes start to move higher actually in these. All right, so again, now we've pulled back into this whole thing here, wiping out this last move, and so now how does this box formulate here into this next move here? So these are the kind of things I do that I look when I'm looking at long-term things. There's no right, wrong, or way to slice any of these things. It's technical analysis and data interpretation of what we're looking at. So it's kind of my throw on Microsoft there. And one might say, well, you're taking kind of political stance on it. You're not giving a buy or sell. Well, I'm not giving a buy or sell because I don't have a dog in the fight of it. I don't have a position in it. I have no intentions of taking a position in it. And, what I'll always say is that if someone put a gun to my head and said, you must trade this now, pick your time frame, 1 to 5 days, and how you would do it. Well, if you put a gun to my head and said, you must trade this, well then, I'm going to, go really generic, and I'm going to say, well, here's where I'm looking for my stop. I'm looking at somewhere there is kind of my upside potential based on what's happening here. I like that this box here is bigger than this box here, meaning that my potential reward is greater than my potential risk. It's not ideal to me. I'd like to see more up here, but I really see the price kind of struggling there. But earnings remain a gamble with, coming up in, I don't know if they're going to release 1 minute or 5 minutes after the bell. The bell's coming literally right now, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and the market's closed. So, just my real quick kind of risk assessment. If a gun was put to my head and I had to trade this, that's how I would look at it in that sense on a 1 to 5 day basis. I would also say what I do, this is always ultimate. That's my out. No matter what happens, that gets hit, I'm done. I'm not holding on to this though. I'm not holding on to it to get that. If I get that, that's great. But you better believe that if I make a move up, odds are I'm selling some of it in here somewhere, and see if we can make that final push through it, because if we make that move up and market weakness continues, I don't want to participate on this side with the full position anymore that I've gotten into the money. So again, just my kind of thoughts and all that stuff like that. And again, I hope, we're not really talking about trade ideas itself other than, when I was mentioning about pre-market and some things like that, for that kind of scanning. So, I hope everybody, the people that are in here, are finding this informational or helpful, and kind of gives you sparks of ideas if you don't have a trading plan, or if the trading plan you've been using, let's say for several months, hasn't panned out the way you thought it would. Maybe this adds some kind of perspective to it to help you make adjustments that'll help. And, as far as trading plans go, I would say, you got to give it some time. Trading plan isn't created overnight, and you don't know the results up, down, good or bad of a trading plan, in just a few trading sessions. And if nothing else, this is not an easy market environment. And while we're not in a bear market tape yet, we are among a correction. We are in correction territory. And, these are the kind of chops where the big boys are going to make sure that they're head faking everybody, to scoop up and push people in and out. Market's going to move down. A lot of times you're going to feel like the market's moving down just enough for, there goes Microsoft, boom, floor drops out. They're going to make the moves are going to feel like they're just long enough to get you stopped out or get you feeling enough pain to get out. And on the downside, and moves up are going to be just long enough to get you to think it's safe to get in, and reverse rate as you get in. And that's why staying disciplined is big. So yeah, what a drop after hours right away. Let's see, let's put up, now I'm not a pre or post market trader, so I don't put them on my charts. They don't really matter to me, but this is what we're going to see. All right, look at this move. We closed here, we shot up there right away, we've shot all the way down here, now we're in here. All right, Yeah, so let's see, what does IB got? What you got, IB? Okay, so up 25%. Cloud revenues 18.3. Here, I'll pull up let's pull up what Reuters has got. Bring this over for you all. Someday when it wants to load, I have to reformat my computer. So here we go. That's what Microsoft is saying for those that want to play the earnings game. So exceeds analysts' expectations, second quarter revenue growth. And then my favorite part is everybody will be like, well, they beat and they did great and they dropped. Okay. And you know, if I had a nickel for every single time that a stock beat and did well on earnings and then dropped afterwards, I wouldn't even be a trader at this point. I wouldn't be doing support for trade ideas. I'd be probably on a yacht somewhere. Let's see what else we got here. Company rose to 51 billion in the 3 months ending. Analysts expected 50.8, so they got almost 52. We were expecting about 50, just under 51. We got just under 52, so they beat pretty well. Yeah, so there we go. So there's your Microsoft shot in the arm. RE paper account testing I set up with strategy. Jamie want to try. Set up some small account, Momo scalping. Stop loss. 5%. So, I would say this, Pamela. Set it up in paper first. So going in the direction of automation. This is how a general syllabus should follow for any kind of automation. You first obviously back test a strategy over and over and over again. Then I would recommend forward testing it. So what do I mean by forward testing it? Doing what I've been doing with this here. I created this strategy a few months ago. I think it's a few months ago now. All right. I run it as a back tester. I optimized it. I did very little optimizing on this. All right. And then I came forward and I have a test date that I started. And I'm going to show you what I mean here by a test date that I started. So hurry up and finish. Scan. Let's go. Okay. So I had back tested this, and then I started what's called forward testing it somewhere around, let's do it on daily. This is going to be better. I started forward testing it somewhere around here in the middle of December, okay? And what do I mean by forward testing? Now, the original back testing data is all gone because unfortunately we only go back that 65-ish days, give or take. But the back test all looked pretty good here. Then the forward test means now the scan is set. And I start running it every single day and then back testing it exactly as it is without changing anything in the scan to see the results of the forward test each day. And we can see overall we're doing all right. We just had a big blip here, first 3-day losing in a row. Before that, I'd never had more than 2 losing days in a row. I do have days where there's no trades triggered in the scan, okay? So there's my back test to say, okay. There's my back test to say, okay, this is worth looking forward in the future. Now my forward test says, okay, we've got something that looks like it's starting to pan out. The next step is to put it into our simulator, or whether you want to use our simulator or you want to use IB's simulator through our Brokerage Plus module, all right? And you set it up just as you would if you were ready to start trading it in real world parameters, how you're share sizing, risk, all those things like that. So if we're to do it for real, all right, in the simulator, what I would do is this. I would look for this. I'd go to strategies, right click, load from cloud, and I want to look for off highs because that's what I call it, off highs, breaking resistance, okay? And now I'm going to load that into Brokerage Plus. I'm going to add it to the existing, not replacing all the existing. And now here it is, okay? And then, yes, I can absolutely share that. Let me drop that in there now. Load from cloud. And like I said, there's Nothing crazy in this scan. I'm trying to play to strength. And in a down tape, this actually did well because it was looking at all the inverse ETFs. That's why it went off the charts yesterday. So share, copy. There you go. And the only optimizing I did of this scan was really based on time of day. I didn't mess with the filters at all, or almost at all, because I've done a lot of back testing and optimizing where I over optimized and it back tested great, and then the forward testing it fell apart and it never looked good again. So okay, now we've got it loaded in here, okay? And we're gonna come right click and we're gonna go to edit trading strategy. And we can see everything is loaded in here based off of what I've done so far. So we've got a long strategy. Here's the actual configure of the strategy. At some point I'll have to set the account on it. We would set it into the simulated trading. I'm not connected to anything right now, so I don't have it. But in here you'd find simulated trading to start. If that's where we should be starting always. All right. Your entry time, this is all based on what I did in the back testing here. Then you have to decide, am I going to send orders at most once per day, all right? Or am I going to send, let's say the same stock alerts 10 times. Do I want it sending it all 10 times or just once? Do you want it, let's say you already have a position held. Do you want it to send for things you're already holding that might be a long-term trade, all right? And do you want to limit how many trades that it wants in a day, meaning, stop after 10 or whatever we want. These are defaults that it's always going to come with here, all right? So those are things that we set up for the simulator to start with. All right, then, did I just lose that? Whoops, there we go. All right, so that's where we start. Then we come to our risk management tab. All right, and this is where we'll decide, are we working with the target? Are we working with the stop loss? How are we doing those? Are we going percent or dollars? Please, unless you are really, and I mean really familiar with market mechanics, how bracket orders work, how they are sent, how they are held by the brokers, do not use filters. All right, stay with percent and dollars. All right, keep it simple, KISS. All right. From there, once you've decided that, then you will come back to the order details tab. I think that's the order you should go in all this, all right? And we go to position sizing. Are we buying a fixed amount of money? Are we buying $1,000 worth of the stock? Are we buying $10,000 worth of the stock? Are we doing a fixed share? Are we just buying 100 shares every time we go in? Are we buying 500 shares every time we go in? Or are we basing our share size based on the stop loss, meaning that I want to risk $100 based on the stop loss that gets put out every time, or $200 or $500 or $10,000, whatever it is. All right, these are the things you will have to decide. But in simulation, I think it should be run just as you want it to be in real world trading. All right. Then, if there's a hold time, this particular strategy has a hold time of 75 minutes, or it has a profit target of, I forget what I decided the profit target was. I think maybe 4.5%. That is not loaded in that. Oh, sorry. It looks like it is loaded here actually. 4% it looks like I've done. All right. So those are the two things that will get me out of this trade in automation, either 75 minutes or a 4% target. No stop loss on this. So in my order details for position sizing, I wouldn't be able to use based on stop loss. I can add one if I want. I just haven't set up this strategy in my forward testing for that. All right. Once that's all set, we'd press OK, all right? And all that's loaded here in this. And then it's a right click, enable, all right, strategy disabled, click to enable. We would enable that strategy and we let it run in the simulator, okay? And let it run for whatever you decide you think is right. 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, 1 day, whatever you decide. All right, I've been testing it because things that cannot be accounted for in simulation are real world fills, real world slippage, okay? Unfortunately, there's just no way to test for that stuff. IB's paper trading, which you could link to it through Brokerage Plus, gives you a pretty good idea of it. Still not real world in the end. So I would say that, there's our simulator. A step up would be Brokerage Plus connected to IB's paper trading would be a step up. Then the final step that we take when we're going to automate anything. Now, E-Trade is a little better for this because E-Trade's basically no commissions. So you could just set it up, and this is how any time you go live in automation, it should be set up to buy so little amount of stock that if the whole thing falls apart, doesn't work, and everything goes wrong, your account does not get affected very much. All right. So with E-Trade, you can just buy one share and just kind of play that out and see how the 1 point for one share works on that moving forward. With IB, you don't have that option because there is a commission involved in IB. So maybe you set it up to buy 10 shares at a clip or risk $10 at a clip. Something that if things go wrong, you're not taking a big share size and you are not hurt. Because the bottom line is this stuff isn't easy. People way underestimate how difficult automation is, how much of a coordination there is of your in-depth knowledge of this software, market mechanics, and broker mechanics work. And so the beginning of live automation should just be to see how it does or does not work in live automation. As you move forward, whether it's 1 week, 1 day, 1 year, 1 month, whatever time frame you decide, you will see this. Yes, this is working. No, this is not working. No, it's not working. Back to the drawing board with the strategy. And back to steps 1 with the back testing, the forward testing, the simulated automated testing, back to live trading again. All right. That's if it doesn't work. If it does work, then you don't go from your little bit risk to max risk. You increase slowly over time. The beginning of live automation should never be about making money. It should be about seeing if the strategy works. If it works, you slowly continue to increase. There is not one strategy that I know of that exists that will work every market condition, every single day. You are going to have up days and down days, no matter what. And that's why you need a quote-unquote reasonable data set for any of these things when it comes to live automation. If it works in live automation, again, I would say that you slowly start to increase. So let's say you were risking $10 per trade, risk $15 per trade. It continues to work, you risk $20 per trade. It continues to work, $25 per trade. And you keep going up in comfortable increments like this. If it was IB. If it's E-Trade, then I would say you started off with 1 share, buying 1 share at a time. Maybe now you move to 3 shares at a time. These are just example numbers, of course. You got to do what you're comfortable with based on your account size. Someone with a $10 million account is probably going to want to go a little bit quicker on this. Someone with a $50,000 account is going to want to go a little bit slower than this. That's just how it'll work. But, increase in slow increments as it does work in that case. Those would be my suggestions for all of that. Some of the small caps, set up amount loss given, looking at 20 cents, wanted to play around with scalping. So that's the direction. Now, some things that I will note. The bigger price range your scan is looking at, the more skew things are going to get. What do I mean by more skew? Meaning that a 2% stop on a $50 stock versus a 2% stop on a $5 stock are very different. Especially, people seem to want to automate right on the open when things are very volatile, prices moving up and down very quickly, and there's very often, even on the smaller price stocks, very big trading range or very big spreads. So a lot of times people fail to understand that 2% or 1% stop on that $3 or $4 stock equates to a 1 or 2 cent stop on a stock that has a 4-cent spread. So you are literally sending orders in between the spreads, and so you may be getting filled. You're also getting stopped on the entry as well. And these are realistic things that people don't think about in automation because it's tough to coordinate all these things: time and sales, spread, liquidity, volatility. All these things factor in that, a time-stamped alert is not telling you the whole picture. Yeah, sure, you got this time-stamped alert at this right here. What happens if there's a 20-cent spread on that? Where are you getting filled in that spread? What happens if your stop lays in the middle of that spread afterwards? All these things like that. And so that's why I understand everybody wants to get right out, drive the race car around the track as fast as they can. Everybody wants to make money. We're here to help you make money. Rome ain't built in a day. Trading is not mastered in a year. And it's especially automated trading. So, Pamela, what I would suggest to you, and this is what I would suggest to anybody, do not have wild on your price range of what you're doing. Don't have it, looking at stocks that are $2 and $100. Maybe break that up into 3 strategies that one strategy is looking at stocks at this price with a stop level or stop based on this price range of stocks, and then do the same thing at the next level and the same thing at the next level. People underestimate breaking up strategies as well. I've got this strategy overall, it looks good, but let's not look at it. Let's look at it and now break it into 3 strategies. And maybe the strategy works really great from time frame A to B, and then time frame C to D it doesn't work good, but then time frame E to F it looks great again. So why not break it up into 2 strategies? One is working in A and B, and then one is working in E and D, and we cut out C and or E and F, and we cut out C and D in the middle. These things like that. These kind of outside the box thinking things when it comes to automation. I have tried my hand at automation a few times. The few times that I've tried my hand in it, I've had some mild success, met with some swift kicks in the pants because I kind of went too fast, and I've leaned away from automation because of it. Like most people, I have big ambitions of automation where I can implement it into my regular trading. But I just haven't gotten there myself yet. And I've been using this platform for nearly 5 years. I've been trading for nearly 5 years. It's hard for me to give up that control, even when I'm sitting at the desk all day. The next part of it is tough because there are days where, there have been days recently I don't even look at the market hardly at all because I'm so busy doing support, and I'm just kind of letting my swing positions work my swing positions. So I don't day trade as much. And I think most automation, people are looking at day trading and automation, and it's not a time frame that I work in as well or as much. But these are all thoughts and ideas to give you about automation. So hopefully this is kind of clicking for everybody and making sense here. And there's some kind of value to be taken out of this. So, all right, let's see. What am I missing here? Anything? Sorry, just clicking through a few emails that are coming in here. So, all right, we got 8 minutes and change before I wrap up for the day. If anybody has any other questions or comments, or something that I was talking about doesn't make sense, or you'd like me to go into it a little more. One thing I'll throw out there with the back tester, the faster moving and the more volatile the stocks are in the strategy, unfortunately, the less accurate the back tester will be. Us, like every single other commercial back tester and optimizer, we work on 1 minute OHLC candles, open, high, low, close candles is what that means. So again, if we run the back tester here, what you're going to see is I will have entries to the minute. Now that doesn't mean I would have gotten the fill at that because again, spread. There's no way to know if it's, there's a 1 cent spread, then we can, safely surmise that I would have got that. Then I'd have to coordinate with time and sales and go back and all those things like that. But what you'll find here on the calendar, all right, if you go through and you look at any of these exit times, the exit times are always rounded like this because we're going open, high, low, close candle. All right. And so that's, where things can fall apart on very, very fast moving strategies where it looks great here and in the real world it doesn't look good. And I'll say, on occasion I've been told this comes off harsh, but essentially if you can find a backtesting optimizing software that goes by tick data, let me know email it into me and let me know, because I'm going to subscribe to them. The amount of server space it would take to have tick by tick data of every single stock for an exit like that, I couldn't even imagine the database that it would take for that. And certainly not something we would need warehouses up and down the east and west coast to host that much data. What that bear flag today? Was that a bear flag in GLD? I don't know. Was it? What say you, GLD? GDX, GLD. No, actually, I throw this out here again like I threw out there yesterday on this GLD chart here. Got this base, all right? Then out of this base, you have this wedge. All right, so I like this big strong base that's happening here and this wedge. Price is going to resolve itself somewhere. It can't go sideways forever. The negatives, lower highs, all right, through there. But then, do we ask ourselves now, are we going to start to get higher highs and a trend change reversal? Because we put in this really solid base. We're not making new lows anymore, all right? So now we ask ourselves, does this wedge and the price start to push up on GLD? So no, I don't think there's a bear flag there on the daily. And let's see, let's get a closer zoom in. And I would say this, watch this. If I could ever click this damn thing, here we go. That is a bull flag. So now that was also a bull flag. Now what happens? All right. A bear flag would be this. See how we moved down here and then we kind of moved sideways like this and we gave up the price? That was more bear flag like. And that's not a great example of it though. Alrighty, start just getting through a few emails here because my day starts at 5 a.m. but it does not end at 5 p.m. Aye, you people. I'm gonna get rid of those spammers or whatever they're trying to do there. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of what happens over the next 22 hours, about 22 hours, is going to be based on what Jerome Powell and the Fed do tomorrow. What they say, what they do. A million talking points on all this stuff. Whether or not they stay the course and they're hawkish and, they back themselves into a corner and all this. The things that I'll say is that I cannot tell you how many times all the big names have been out there, Gunlock and Peter Schiff and, I don't know, name any of the big names out there that are always bearish and everything else, and how many times they've been out there and like the Fed shot all their cannons, they've got nothing left, and every single time they say that, the Fed comes up with something else, they do something else, and the market continues its long-term trend. You're welcome, Pamela. You have a great night too. Appreciate it. So, I'm not betting one way or the other in the sense that, I'll just react tomorrow according to what the Fed does and trade that tape. And that's all there is to it. That's all that can be done with these things. Initially there's going to be it's textbook with what the Fed's going to do. They're going to come out. I doubt there will be a rate hike tomorrow. There might be. Maybe they'll rip the Band-Aid off and get one right out of the way tomorrow. Either way, the market will make a big move up. It'll make a big move low, and from there, then it'll kind of move sideways until Jerome starts talking, or Jay, or whatever you want to call him, starts talking, and then it'll react to what he says from there, and then the minutes will come out. I think the minutes come out around 2:30 on all the discussion that went on behind the scenes. And people will start to make their bets from there. So all I can say is, just don't, what Warren Buffett say, when the tide goes out, everybody realizes who was swimming without a bathing suit or something like that. Don't let the tide go out and be overly long or overly short on anything tomorrow. If you're up in stuff, maybe start pulling some. This isn't a recommendation, but this is what I will be doing tomorrow. I have some trades on. I will be killing some share size tomorrow going into the Fed. Obviously, if something skyrockets, I'm just going to kill the trade completely. And obviously, if something tanks to my stop, I'll kill the trade immediately that way too. So I'll reduce and then I'll react coming out of that Fed meeting. I have a plan going into tomorrow, and that's what I'll stick with. So Debbie, Perfect Circle, Pamela, who else do we have in here today? RMCG, Anna, Mitchell. I appreciate every single one of you, Peter, coming in here like I do every single day. Craig, I thank you very much for coming in, keeping me company, keeping me engaged. The last couple of late day sessions have been, I think people are getting some stuff out of them. I'm certainly more engaged, and certainly makes me feel a little more alive. So I greatly appreciate that. As always, tomorrow Barry will have this stream open no later than 9 a.m. in the morning. If you are not in there regularly with Barry, you need to be. You need to be. That's all I'm going to say. There's no reason to not be in there with Barry. There's no trading room that's better. And trading alone, while yes, it's nice trading alone sometimes, I think being part of a solid trading community is as important as anything else. Whether it's trading meetups, at a bar or anything like that, to a legit trading room like what Barry is doing out there. So Barry will have this open no later than 9 a.m. tomorrow Eastern. He will give up control of the stream at noon to Steve on Wednesday tomorrow. Barry will come back and take it at 1 p.m. Eastern, and I will be back here at 3:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So as I always say, tell your coworkers, tell your friends, tell your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your nephews, your nieces, anybody that that's interested in markets. They can come and just sit in on all this stuff for free and decide, do they want to risk money? Do they like any of this stuff? Does it make any sense to them? Is it worth their value to even think about the stock market, let alone a Trade Ideas subscription? And from there, life happens. So, all right, again, I thank you very much, everybody. You all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Tuesday evening, and we will catch you back here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.